poison into a spot previously unprovided with that sovereign antidote of a sense of incapitulable security, which is only the possession of the furthest advanced and profoundest souls. Judge ye then, ye judicious, the mood of Pierre, so far as the passage in Dante touched him. If among the deeper significances of its pervading indefiniteness, which significances are wisely hidden from all but the rarest adepts, the pregnant tragedy of Hamlet convey any one particular moral at all, fitted to the ordinary uses of man, it is this: that all meditation is worthless unless it prompt to action, that it is not for man to stand shilly-shallying amid the conflicting invasions of surrounding impulses, that in the earliest instant of conviction, the roused man must strike, and, if possible, with the precision and the force of the lightning bolt. Pierre had always been an admiring reader of Hamlet, but neither his age nor his mental experience thus far had qualified him either to catch initiating glimpses into the hopeless gloom of its interior meaning, or to draw from the general story those superficial and purely incidental lessons wherein the painstaking moralist so complacently expatiates. The intensest light of reason and revelation combined cannot shed such blazonings upon the deeper truths in man, as will sometimes proceed from his own profoundest gloom. Utter darkness is then his light, and cat-like he distinctly sees all objects through a medium which is mere blindness to common vision. Wherefore have gloom and grief been celebrated of old as the selectest chamberlains to knowledge? Wherefore is it that not to know gloom and grief is not to know aught that an heroic man should learn? By the light of that gloom, Pierre now turned over the soul of Hamlet in his hand. He knew not, at least felt not, then that Hamlet, though a thing of life, was, after all, but a thing of breath, evoked by the wanton magic of a creative hand, and as wantonly dismissed at last into endless halls of hell and night. It is the not impartially bestowed privilege of the more final insights that at the same moment they reveal the depths, they do sometimes also reveal, though by no means so distinctly, some answering heights. But when only midway down the gulf, its crags wholly conceal the upper vaults, and the wanderer thinks it all one gulf of downward dark. Judge ye then, ye judicious, the mood of Pierre, so far as the passage in Hamlet touched him. 4. Torn into 100 shreds, the printed pages of Hell and Hamlet lay at his feet, which trampled them, while their vacant covers mocked him with their idle titles. Dante had made him fierce, and Hamlet had insinuated that there was none to strike. Dante had taught him that he had bitter cause of quarrel. Hamlet taunted him with faltering in the fight. Now he began to curse anew his fate, for now he began to see that after all he had been finally juggling with himself, and postponing with himself, and in meditative sentimentalities wasting the moments consecrated to instant action. 48 hours and more had passed. Was Isabel acknowledged? Had she yet hung on his public arm? Who knew yet of Isabel but Pierre? Like a skulking coward, he had gone prowling in the woods by day, and like a skulking coward, he had stolen to her haunt by night. Like a thief, he had sat and stammered and turned pale before his mother, and in the cause of holy right permitted a woman to grow tall and hector over him. Ah! Easy for a man to think like a hero, but hard for a man to act like one. All imaginable audacities readily enter into the soul. Few come boldly forth from it. Did he, or did he not, vitally mean to do this thing? Was the immense stuff to do it his, or was it not his? Why defer? Why put off? What was there to be gained by deferring and putting off? His resolution had been taken. Why was it not executed? What more was there to learn? What more, which was essential to the public acknowledgment of Isabel, had remained to be learned after his first glance at her first letter? Had doubts of her identity come over him to stay him? None at all. Against the wall of the thick darkness of the mystery of Isabel, recorded as by some phosphoric finger, was the burning fact that Isabel was his sister. Why then? How then? Whence, then, this utter nothing of his acts? Did he stagger at the thought that at the first announcement to his mother concerning Isabel, and his resolution to own her boldly and lovingly, his proud mother, spurning the reflection on his father, would likewise spurn Pierre and Isabel, and denounce both him and her, and hate them both alike, as unnatural accomplices against the good name of the purest of husbands and parents? Not at all. Such a thought was not in him, for had he not already resolved that his mother should know nothing of the fact of Isabel? But how now? What then? How was Isabel to be acknowledged to the world if his mother was to know nothing of that acknowledgment? Short-sighted, miserable palterer and huckster, thou hast been playing a most fond and foolish game with thyself. Fool and coward, coward and fool, tear thyself open, and read there the confounding story of thy blind dotishness. Thy two grand resolutions, the public acknowledgment of Isabel, and the charitable withholding of her existence from thine own mother, these are impossible adjuncts. Likewise, thy so magnanimous purpose to screen thy father's honourable memory from reproach, and thy other intention, the open vindication of thy fraternalness to Isabel, these also are impossible adjuncts. And the having individually entertained four such resolves, without perceiving that once brought together, they all mutually expire, this ineffable folly, Pierre, brands thee in the forehead for an unaccountable infatuate. Well, mayest thou distrust thyself, and curse thyself, and tear thy Hamlet, and thy hell, O fool, blind fool, and a million times an ass! Go, go, thou poor and feeble one. High deeds are not for such blind grubs as thou. Quit Isabel, and go to Lucy. Beg humble pardon of thy mother, and hereafter be a more obedient and good boy to her. Pierre, 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 infatuate! Impossible would it be now to tell all the confusion and confoundings in the soul of Pierre, so soon as the above absurdities in his mind presented themselves first to his combining consciousness. He would fain have disowned the very memory and the mind which produced to him such an immense scandal upon his common sanity. Now, indeed, did all the fiery floods in the Inferno and all the rolling gloom in Hamlet suffocate him at once in flame and smoke. The cheeks of his soul collapsed in him. He dashed himself in blind fury and swift madness against the wall, and fell, dabbling, in the vomit of his loathed identity. Book 10. The Unprecedented Final Resolution of Pierre. 1. Glorified be his gracious memory, who first said, "The deepest gloom precedes the day." We care not whether the saying will prove true to the utmost bounds of things, sufficient that it sometimes does hold true within the bounds of earthly finitude. Next morning, Pierre rose from the floor of his chamber, haggard and tattered in body from his past night's utter misery, but stoically serene and symmetrical in soul, with the foretaste of what then seemed to him a planned and perfect future. Now He thinks he knows that the wholly unanticipated storm which had so terribly burst upon him had yet burst upon him for his good, for the place which in its undetected incipiency the storm had obscurely occupied in his soul seemed now clear sky to him, and all his horizon seemed distinctly commanded by him. His resolution was a strange and extraordinary one, but therefore it only the better met a strange and extraordinary emergency. But it was not only strange and extraordinary in its novelty of mere aspect, but it was wonderful in its unequalled renunciation of himself. From the first, determined at all hazards to hold his father's fair fame inviolate from anything he should do in reference to protecting Isabel, and extending to her a brother's utmost devotedness and love, and equally determined not to shake his mother's lasting peace by any useless exposure of unwelcome facts, and yet vowed in his deepest soul some way to embrace Isabel before the world, and yield to her his constant consolation and companionship, and finding no possible mode of unitedly compassing all these ends without a most singular act of pious imposture, which he thought all heaven would justify in him, since he himself was to be the grand self-renouncing victim. Therefore, this was his settled and immovable purpose now, namely, to assume before the world that by secret rites Pierre Glendinning was already become the husband of Isabel Banford, an assumption which would entirely warrant his dwelling in her continual company, and upon equal terms, taking her wherever the world admitted him, and at the same time foreclose all sinister inquisitions bearing upon his deceased parent's memory, or any way affecting his mother's lasting peace, as indissolubly linked with that. True, he in embryo foreknew that the extraordinary thing he had resolved would, in another way, indirectly, though inevitably, dart a most keen pang into his mother's heart, but this then seemed to him part of the unavoidable vast price of his enthusiastic virtue, and, thus minded, rather would he privately pain his living mother with a wound that might be curable, than cast world-wide and irremediable dishonour, so it seemed to him, upon his departed father. Probably no other being than Isabel could have produced upon Pierre impressions powerful enough to eventuate in a final resolution so unparalleled as the above. But the wonderful melodiousness of her grief had touched the secret monochord within his breast by an apparent magic, precisely similar to that which had moved the stringed tongue of her guitar to respond to the heart-strings of her own melancholy plaints. The deep voice of the being of Isabel called to him from out the immense distances of sky and air, and there seemed no veto of the earth that could forbid her heavenly claim. During the 3 days that he had personally known her, and so been brought into magnetic contact with her, other persuasions and potencies than those direct ones, involved in her bewildering eyes and marvelous story, had unconsciously left their ineffaceable impressions on him, and perhaps without his privity had mainly contributed to his resolve. She had impressed him as the glorious child of pride and grief, in whose countenance were traceable the divinest lineaments of both her parents. Pride gave to her her nameless nobleness. Grief touched that nobleness with an angelical softness, and again that softness was steeped in a most charitable humility, which was the foundation of her loftiest excellence of all. Neither by word or letter had Isabel betrayed any spark of those more common emotions and desires which might not unreasonably be ascribed to an ordinary person placed in circumstances like hers. Though almost penniless, she had not invoked the pecuniary bounty of Pierre, and though she was altogether silent on that subject, yet Pierre could not be strangely sensible of something in her which disdained to voluntarily hang upon the mere bounty even of a brother. Nor, though she by various nameless ways manifested her consciousness of being surrounded by uncongenial and inferior beings, while yet descended from a generous stock, and personally meriting the most refined companionships which the wide world could yield. Nevertheless, she had not demanded of Pierre that he should array her in brocade and lead her forth among the rare and opulent ladies of the land. But while thus evincing her intuitive, true ladylikeness and nobleness by this entire freedom from all sordid motives, neither had she merged all her feelings in any sickly sentimentalities of sisterly affection toward her so suddenly discovered brother, which, in the case of a naturally unattractive woman in her circumstances, would not have been altogether alluring to Pierre. No, that intense and indescribable longing, which her letter by its very incoherencies had best embodied, proceeded from no base, vain, or ordinary motive whatever, but was the unsuppressible and unmistakable cry of the Godhead through her soul, commanding Pierre to fly to her and do his highest and most glorious duty in the world. Nor now, as it changedly seemed to Pierre, did that duty consist in stubbornly flying in the marble face of the past, and striving to reverse the decree which had pronounced that Isabel could never perfectly inherit all the privileges of a legitimate child of her father. And thoroughly now he felt that even as this would in the present case be both preposterous in itself and cruel in effect to both, the living and the dead, so was it entirely undesired by Isabel, who, though once yielding to a momentary burst of aggressive enthusiasm, yet, in her more wonted mood of mournfulness and sweetness, evinced no such lawless wandering. Thoroughly now he felt that Isabel was content to live obscure in her paternal identity, so long as she could any way appease her deep longings for the constant love and sympathy and close domestic contact of someone of her blood. So that Pierre had no slightest misgiving that upon learning the character of his scheme, she would deem it to come short of her natural expectations, while so far as its apparent strangeness was concerned, a strangeness perhaps invincible to squeamish and humdrum women, here Pierre anticipated no obstacle in Isabel, for her whole past was strange, and strangeness seemed best befitting to her future. But had Pierre now reread the opening paragraph of her letter to him, he might have very quickly derived a powerful anticipative objection from his sister, which his own complete disinterestedness concealed from him. Though Pierre had every reason to believe that, owing to her secluded and humble life, Isabel was in entire ignorance of the fact of his precise relation to Lucy Tartan, an ignorance whose first indirect and unconscious manifestation in Isabel had been unspeakably welcome to him, and though, of course, he had both wisely and benevolently abstained from enlightening her on that point, still, notwithstanding this, was it possible that any true-hearted noble girl like Isabel would, to benefit herself, willingly become a participator in an act which would, prospectively and forever bar the blessed boon of marriageable love from one so young and generous as Pierre, and eternally entangle him in a fictitious alliance which, though in reality but a web of air, yet in effect would prove a wall of iron. For the same powerful motive which induced the thought of forming such an alliance would always thereafter forbid that tacit exposure of its fictitiousness which would be consequent upon its public discontinuance, and the real nuptials of Pierre with any other being during the lifetime of Isabel. But according to what view you take of it, it is either the gracious or the malicious gift of the great gods to man, that on the threshold of any wholly new and momentous devoted enterprise, the thousand ulterior intricacies and emperilings to which we must conduct, these, at the outset, are most withheld from sight, and so, through her ever primeval wilderness, Fortune's knight rides on, alike ignorant of the palaces or the pitfalls in its heart. Surprising and past all ordinary belief are those strange oversights and inconsistencies into which the enthusiastic meditation upon unique or extreme resolves will sometimes beget in young and over-ardent souls. That all-comprehending oneness, that calm representativeness, by which a steady philosophic mind reaches forth and draws to itself in their collective entirety the objects of its contemplations, that pertains not to the young enthusiast. By his eagerness, all objects are deceptively foreshortened. By his intensity, each object is viewed as detached, so that essentially and relatively everything is misseen by him. Already have we exposed that passing preposterousness in Pierre, which, by reason of the above-named cause, which we have endeavored to portray, induced him to cherish for a time 4 unitedly impossible designs. And now we behold this hapless youth, all eager to involve himself in such an inextricable twist of fate, that the 3 dexterous maids themselves could hardly disentangle him if once he tie the complicating knots about him and Isabel. Ah, thou rash boy, are there no couriers in the air to warn thee away from these empirillings, and point thee to those Cretan labyrinths to which thy life's cord is leading thee? Where now are the high beneficences? Whither fled the sweet angels that are alleged guardians to man? Not that the impulsive Pierre wholly overlooked all that was menacing to him in his future. If now he acted out his most rare resolve, but eagerly foreshortened by him, they assumed not their full magnitude of menacing, nor, indeed, so riveted now his purpose, were they pushed up to his face, would he for that renounce his self-renunciation, while concerning all things more immediately contingent upon his central resolution, these were, doubtless, in a measure foreseen and understood by him. Perfectly, at least, he seemed to foresee and understand that the present hope of Lucy Tartan must be banished from his being, that this would carry a terrible pang to her, which in the natural recoil would but redouble his own, that to the world all his heroicness, standing equally unexplained and unsuspected, therefore the world would denounce him as infamously false to his betrothed, reckless of the most binding human vows, a secret wooer and wedder of an unknown and enigmatic girl, a spurner of all a loving mother's wisest counsellings, a bringer down of lasting reproach upon an honourable name, a besotted self-exile from a most prosperous house and bounteous fortune, and lastly, that now his whole life would, in the eyes of the wide humanity, be covered with an all-pervading haze of incurable sinisterness, possibly not to be removed even in the concluding hour of death. Such, O thou Son of Man, are the perils and the miseries thou callest down on thee, when, even in a virtuous cause, thou steppest aside from those arbitrary lines of conduct by which the common world, however base and dastardly, surrounds thee for thy worldly good. Ofttimes it is very wonderful to trace the rarest and profoundest things, and find their probable origin in something extremely trite or trivial. Yet so strange and complicate is the human soul, so much is confusedly evolved from out itself, and such vast and varied accessions come to it from abroad, and so impossible is it always to distinguish between these two, that the wisest man were rash, positively to assign the precise and incipient origination of his final thoughts and acts. For as we blind moles can see, man's life seems but an acting upon mysterious hints. It is somehow hinted to us to do thus or thus. For surely no mere mortal who has at all gone down into himself will ever pretend that his slightest thought or act, solely originates in his own defined identity. This preamble seems not entirely unnecessary as usher of the strange conceit that possibly the latent germ of Pierre's proposed extraordinary mode of executing his proposed extraordinary resolve, namely the nominal conversion of a sister into a wife, might have been found in the previous conversational conversion of a mother into a sister, for hereby he had habituated his voice and manner to a certain fictitiousness in one of the closest domestic relations of life. And since man's moral texture is very porous, and things assumed upon the surface at last strike in, hence this outward habituation to the above-named fictitiousness had insensibly disposed his mind to it, as it were, but only innocently and pleasantly as yet. If, by any possibility, this general conceit be so, then to Pierre the times of sportfulness were as pregnant with the hours of earnestness, and in sport he learnt the terms of woe. 2. If next to that resolve, concerning his lasting fraternal succour to Isabel, there was at this present time any determination in Pierre absolutely inflexible, and partaking at once of the sacredness and the indissolubleness of the most solemn oath, it was the enthusiastic and apparently wholly supererogatory resolution to hold his father's memory untouched, nor to one single being in the world reveal the paternity of Isabel. Unrecallably dead and gone from out the living world, again returned to utter helplessness, so far as this world went, his perished father seemed to appeal to the dutifulness and mercifulness of Pierre, in terms far more moving than though the accents proceeded from his mortal mouth. And what though not through the sin of Pierre, but through his father's sin, that father's fair fame now lay at the mercy of the son, and could only be kept inviolate by the son's free sacrifice of all earthly felicity? What if this were so? It but struck a still loftier chord in the bosom of the son, and filled him with infinite magnanimities. Never had the generous Pierre cherished the heathenish conceit that even in the general world, sin is a fair object to be stretched on the cruelest racks by self-complacent virtue, that self-complacent virtue may feed her lily-livedness on the pallor of sin's anguish. For perfect virtue does not more loudly claim our approbation than repented sin in its concludedness does demand our utmost tenderness and concern. And as the more immense the virtue, so should be the more immense our approbation. Likewise, the more immense the sin, the more infinite our pity. In some sort, sin hath its sacredness not less than holiness, and great sin calls forth more magnanimity than small virtue. What man who is a man does not feel livelier and more generous emotions toward the great god of sin, Satan, than toward yonder haberdasher who only is a sinner in the small and entirely honourable way of trade? Though Pierre profoundly shuddered at that impenetrable yet blackly significant nebulousness which the wild story of Isabel threw around the early life of his father, yet as he recalled the dumb anguish of the invocation of the empty and the ashy hand uplifted from his father's deathbed, he most keenly felt that of whatsoever unknown shade his father's guilt might be, yet in the final hour of death it had been most dismally repented of, by a repentance only the more full of utter wretchedness, that it was a consuming secret in him. Mince the matter how his family would, had not his father died a raver? Whence that raving following so preposterous a life? Whence but from the cruelest compunctions? Touched thus, and strung in all his sinews and his nerves to the holding of his father's memory intact, Pierre turned his confronting and unfrightened face toward Lucy Tartan, and stillly vowed that not even she should know the whole. No, not know the least. There is an inevitable keen cruelty in the loftier heroism. It is not heroism only to stand unflinched ourselves in the hour of suffering, but it is heroism to stand unflinched both at our own and at some loved one's united suffering, which we could put an instant period to, if we would but renounce the glorious cause for which ourselves do bleed, and see our most loved one bleed. If he would not reveal his father's shame to the common world, whose favourable opinion for himself Pierre now despised, how then reveal it to the woman he adored? To her, above all others, would he now uncover his father's tomb, and bid her behold from what vile attainings he himself had sprung? So Pierre turned round and tied Lucy to the same stake which must hold himself, for he too plainly saw that it could not be, but that both their hearts must burn. Yes, his resolve concerning his father's memory involved the necessity of assuming even to Lucy his marriage with Isabel. Here he could not explain himself, even to her. This would aggravate the sharp pang of parting, by self-suggested, though wholly groundless surmising in Lucy's mind, in the most miserable degree contaminating to her idea of him. But on this point he still fondly trusted that without at all marring his filial bond, he would be enabled by some significant intimations to arrest in Lucy's mind those darker imaginings which might find entrance there, and if he could not set her wholly right, yet prevent her from going wildly wrong. For his mother, Pierre was more prepared. He considered that by an inscrutable decree, which it was but foolishness to try to evade, or shun, or deny existence to, since he felt it so profoundly pressing on his inmost soul, the family of the Glendennings was imperiously called upon to offer up a victim to the gods of woe, one grand victim at the least, and that grand victim must be his mother or himself. If he disclosed his secret to the world, then his mother was made the victim. If at all hazards he kept it to himself, then himself would be the victim. A victim as respecting his mother, because under the peculiar circumstances of the case, the non-disclosure of the secret involved her entire and infamy-engendering misconception of himself. But to this he bowed submissive. One other thing, and the last to be here named, because the very least in the conscious thoughts of Pierre, one other thing remained to menace him with assured disastrousness. This thing it was, which though but dimly hinted as of yet, still in the apprehension must have exerted a powerful influence upon Pierre in preparing him for the worst. His father's last and fatal sickness had seized him suddenly. Both the probable concealed distraction of his mind with reference to his early life, as recalled to him in an evil hour, and his consequent mental wanderings, these, with other reasons, had prevented him from framing a new will to supersede one made shortly after his marriage, and ere Pierre was born. But that will, which as yet had never been dragged into the courts of law, and which, in the fancied security of her own and her son's congenial and loving future, Mrs. Glendenning had never but once, and then inconclusively, offered to discuss, with a view to a better and more appropriate ordering of things to meet circumstances non-existent at the period the testament was framed. By that will, all the Glendenning property was declared his mother's. Acutely sensible to those prophetic intimations in him which painted in advance the haughty temper of his offended mother as all bitterness and scorn toward a son, once the object of her proudest joy, but now become a deep reproach, as not only rebellious to her, but glaringly dishonourable before the world, Pierre distinctly foresaw that as she never would have permitted Isabel Banford in her true character to cross her threshold, Neither would she now permit Isabel Banford to cross her threshold in any other and disguised character, least of all as that unknown and insidious girl who by some pernicious arts had lured her only son from honour into infamy. But not to admit Isabel was now to exclude Pierre, if indeed, on independent grounds of exasperation against himself, his mother would not cast him out. Nor did the same interior intimations in him, which forepainted the above bearing of his mother, abstain to trace her whole haughty heart as so unrelentingly set against him, that while she would close her doors against both him and his fictitious wife, so also she would not willingly contribute 1 copper to support them in a supposed union so entirely abhorrent to her. And though Pierre was not so familiar with the science of the law as to be quite certain what the law, if appealed to concerning the provisions of his father's will, would decree concerning any possible claims of the son to share with the mother in the property of the sire, yet he prospectively felt an invincible repugnance to dragging his dead father's hand and seal into open court and fighting over them with a base mercenary motive and with his own mother for the antagonist. For so thoroughly did his infallible presentiments paint his mother's character to him, as operated upon and disclosed in all those fiercer traits, hitherto held in abeyance by the mere chance and felicity of circumstances, that he felt assured that her exasperation against him would even meet the test of a public legal contention concerning the Glendinning property. For indeed there was a reserved strength and masculineness in the character of his mother, from which on all these points Pierre had everything to dread. Besides, will the matter how he would, Pierre for nearly 2 whole years to come would still remain a minor, an infant in the eye of the law, incapable of personally asserting any legal claim, and though he might sue by his next friend, yet who would be his voluntary next friend, when the execution of his great resolve would, for him, depopulate all the world of friends? Now, to all these things and many more seemed the soul of this infatuated young enthusiast braced. Three. There is a dark, mad mystery in some human hearts, which, sometimes during the tyranny of a usurper mood, leads them to be all eagerness to cast off the most intense beloved bond, as a hindrance to the attainment of whatever transcendental object that usurper mood so tyrannically suggests. Then the beloved bond seems to hold us to no essential good. Lifted to exalted mounts, we can dispense with all the veil. Endearments we spurn, kisses are blisters to us, and forsaking the palpitating forms of mortal love, we emptily embrace the boundless and the unbodied air. We think we are not human. We become as immortal bachelors and gods. But again, like the Greek gods themselves, prone we descend to earth, glad to be uxorious once more, glad to hide these godlike heads within the bosoms made of too seducing clay. Weary with the invariable earth, the restless sailor breaks from every enfolding arm and puts to sea in height of tempest that blows offshore. But in long night watches at the antipodes, how heavily that ocean gloom lies in vast bales upon the deck, thinking that that very moment in his deserted hamlet home the household sun is high, and many a sun-eyed maiden meridian as the sun. He curses fate, himself he curses, his senseless madness which is himself. For whoso once has known this sweet knowledge, and then fled it, in absence to him the avenging dream will come. Pierre was now this vulnerable god, this self-upbraiding sailor, this dreamer of the avenging dream. Though in some things he had unjuggled himself, and forced himself to eye the prospect as it was, yet, so far as Lucy was concerned, he was at bottom still a juggler. True, in his extraordinary scheme, Lucy was so intimately interwoven that it seemed impossible for him at all to cast his future without some way of having that heart's love in view. But ignorant of its quantity as yet, or fearful of ascertaining it, like an algebraist, for the real Lucy he, in his scheming thoughts, had substituted but a sign, some empty X, and in the ultimate solution of the problem, that empty X still figured, not the real Lucy. But now, when risen from the abasement of his chamber floor, and risen from the still profounder prostration of his soul, Pierre had thought that all the horizon of his dark fate was commanded by him, all his resolutions clearly defined and immovably decreed. Now, finally, to top all, there suddenly slid into his inmost heart the living and breathing form of Lucy. His lungs collapsed, his eyeballs glared, for the sweet imagined form, so long buried alive in him, seemed now as gliding on from the grave, and her light hair swept far adown her shroud. Then, for the time, all minor things were whelmed in him, his mother, Isabel, the whole wide world, and only one thing remained to him, this all-including query: Lucy or God? But here we draw a veil. Some nameless struggles of the soul cannot be painted, and some woes will not be told. Let the ambiguous procession of events reveal their own ambiguousness. Book 11. He crosses the Rubicon. 1. Sucked within the maelstrom, man must go round. Strike at one end the longest conceivable row of billiard balls in close contact, and the furthest most ball will start forth, while all the rest stand still. And yet that last ball was not struck at all. So, through long previous generations, whether of births or thoughts, fate strikes the present man. Idly he disowns the blow's effects, because he felt no blow, and indeed received no blow. But Pierre was not arguing fixed fate and free will now. Fixed fate and free will were arguing him, and fixed fate got the better in the debate. The peculiarities of those influences on the night and early morning following the last interview with Isabel persuaded Pierre to the adoption of his final resolve, did now irresistibly impel him to a remarkable instantaneousness in his actions, even as before he had proved a lagger. Without being consciously that way pointed, through the desire of anticipating any objections on the part of Isabel to the assumption of a marriage between himself and her, Pierre was now impetuously hurried into an act which should have the effective virtue of such an executed intention without its corresponding motive. Because, as the primitive resolve so deplorably involved Lucy, her image was then prominent in his mind, and hence, because he felt all eagerness to hold her no longer in suspense, but by a certain sort of charity of cruelty, at once to pronounce to her her fate. Therefore, it was among his first final thoughts that morning to go to Lucy. And to this, undoubtedly, so trifling a circumstance as her being nearer to him geographically than Isabel, must have contributed some added, though unconscious, influence in his present fateful frame of mind. On the previous undetermined days, Pierre had solicitously sought to disguise his emotions from his mother by a certain carefulness and choiceness in his dress. But now, since his very soul was forced to wear a mask, he would wear no paltry palliatives and disguisements on his body. he went to the cottage of Lucy, as disordered in his person as haggard in his face. 2. She was not risen yet. So the strange imperious instantaneousness in him impelled him to go straight to her chamber door, and in a voice of mild invincibleness demand immediate audience for the matter pressed. Already namelessly concerned and alarmed for her lover, now 48 hours absent on some mysterious and undisclosable affair, Lucy, at this surprising summons, was overwhelmed with sudden terror, and in oblivion of all ordinary proprieties, responded to Pierre's call by an immediate assent. Opening the door, he advanced slowly and deliberately toward her, and as Lucy caught his pale, determined figure, she gave a cry of groping misery, which knew not the pang that caused it, and lifted herself trembling in her bed, but without uttering one word. Pierre sat down on the bedside, and his set eyes met her terrified and virgin aspect. Decked in snow white and pale of cheek, thou indeed art fitted for the altar, but not that one of which thy fond heart didst dream. So fair a victim. Pierre! 'Tis the last cruelty of tyrants to make their enemies slay each other. My heart, my heart! Nay. Lucy, I am married. The girl was no more pale, but white as any leper. The bedclothes trembled to the concealed shudderings of all her limbs. One moment she sat looking vacantly into the blank eyes of Pierre, and then fell over toward him in a swoon. Swift madness mounted into the brain of Pierre. All the past seemed as a dream, and all the present an unintelligible horror. He lifted her and extended her motionless form upon the bed, and stamped for succour. The maid, Martha, came running into the room, and beholding those two inexplicable figures, shrieked and turned in terror. But Pierre's repeated cry rallied Martha from this, and darting out of the chamber, she returned with a sharp restorative, which at length brought Lucy back to life. "Martha, Martha," now murmured Lucy, in a scarce audible whispering and shuddering in the maid's own shuddering arms. "Quick, quick, come to me. Drive it away. Wake me, wake me." "Nay, pray God to sleep again," cried Martha, bending over her and embracing her, and half turning upon Pierre with a glance of loathing indignation. "In God's holy name, sir, what may this be? How came you here, accursed?" "Accursed? It is well. Is she herself again, Martha?" "Thou hast somehow murdered her. How then be herself again? My sweet mistress, oh, my young mistress! Tell me, and she bent low over her. Pierre now advanced toward the bed, making a gesture for the maid to leave them. But soon as Lucy recaught his haggard form, she whisperingly wailed again. "Martha, Martha, drive it away! There, him!" and shut her eyes convulsively, with arms abhorrently outstretched. "Monster, incomprehensible fiend!" cried the anew terror-smitten maid. "Depart! See, she dies away at the sight of thee. Begone! Wouldst thou murder her afresh? Begone!" Starched and frozen by his own emotion, Pierre silently turned and quitted the chamber, and heavily descending the stairs, tramped heavily, as a man slowly bearing a great burden, through a long, narrow passage leading to a wing in the rear of the cottage, and knocking at Miss Lanyllon's door, summoned her to Lucy, who, he briefly said, had fainted. Then, without waiting for any response, left the house and went directly to the mansion. "3. Is my mother up yet?" said he to Dates, whom he met in the hall. "Not yet, sir. Heavens, sir, are you sick?" "To death. Let me pass." Ascending towards his mother's chamber, he heard a coming step, and met her on the great middle landing of the stairs, where, in an ample niche, a marble group of the temple-polluting Lao Kun and his two innocent children, caught in inextricable snarls of snakes, writhed in eternal torments. "Mother, go back with me to thy chamber." She eyed his sudden presence with a dark but repressed foreboding, drew herself up haughtily and repellingly, and with a quivering lip said, "Pierre, thou thyself hast denied me thy confidence, and thou shalt not force me back to it so easily. Speak, what is it that now between thee and me?" "I am married, mother." "Great God! To whom?" "Not to Lucy Tartan, mother." "That thou merely sayest 'tis not Lucy, without saying who indeed it is, this is good proof she is something vile. Does Lucy know thy marriage?" "I am but just from Lucy's." Thus far Mrs. Glendening's rigidity had been slowly relaxing. Now she clutched the baluster, bent over, and trembled for a moment, then erected all her haughtiness again and stood before Pierre in incurious, unappeasable grief and scorn for him. "My dark soul prophesied something dark. If already thou hast not found other lodgment and other table than this house supplies, then seek it straight. Beneath my roof and at my table, he who was once Pierre Glendenning no more puts himself." She turned from him, and with a tottering step climbed the winding stairs and disappeared from him, while in the baluster he held, Pierre seemed to feel the sudden thrill running down to him from his mother's convulsive grasp. He stared about him with an idiot eye, staggered to the floor below to dumbly quit the house, but as he crossed its threshold, his foot tripped upon its raised ledge. He pitched forward upon the stone portico and fell. He seemed as jeeringly held from beneath his own ancestral roof. 4. Passing through the broad courtyard's postern, Pierre closed it after him, and then turned and leaned upon it, his eyes fixed upon the great central chimney of the mansion, from which a light blue smoke was wreathing gently into the morning air. "The hearthstone from which thou risest nevermore, I inly feel, will these feet press? O God, what callest thou that which has thus made Pierre a vagabond?" He walked slowly away, and passing the windows of Lucy, looked up and saw the white curtains closely drawn, the white cottage profoundly still, and a white saddle horse tied before the gate. I would enter, but again would her abhorrent wails repel. What more can I now say or do to her? I cannot explain. She knows all I purpose to disclose. Ay, but thou didst cruelly burst upon her with it. Thy impetuousness, thy instantaneousness hath killed her, Pierre. Nay, 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 cruel tidings who can gently break? If to stab be inevitable, then instant be the dagger. Those curtains are close drawn upon her, so let me upon her sweet image draw the curtains of my soul. Sleep, 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 thou angel. Wake no more to Pierre, nor to thyself, my Lucy. Passing on now hurriedly and blindly, he jostled against some oppositely going wayfarer. The man paused, amazed, and looking up, Pierre recognized a domestic of the mansion. That instantaneousness which now impelled him in all his actions again seized the ascendancy in him. Ignoring the dismayed expression of the man at thus encountering his young master, Pierre commanded him to follow him. Going straight to the Black Swan, the little village inn, he entered the first vacant room, and bidding the man be seated, sought the keeper of the house and ordered pen and paper. If fit opportunity offer in the hour of unusual affliction, minds of a certain temperament find a strange, hysterical relief in a wild, perverse humorousness, the more alluring from its entire unsuitableness to the occasion, although they seldom manifest this trait toward those individuals more immediately involved in the cause or the effect of their suffering. The cool censoriousness of the mere philosopher would denominate such conduct as nothing short of temporary madness, and perhaps it is, since, in the inexorable and inhuman eye of mere undiluted reason, all grief, whether on our own account or that of others, is the sheerest unreason and insanity. The note now written was the following. For that fine old fellow Dates. Dates, my old boy, bestir thyself now. Go to my room, Dates, and bring me down my mahogany strong-box and lock-up, the thing covered with blue chintz. Strap it very carefully, my sweet Dates. It is rather heavy, and set it just without the postern. Then back and bring me down my writing-desk, and set that, too, just without the postern. Then back yet again, and bring me down the old camp bed. See that all the parts be there, and bind the case well with a cord. Then go to the left corner little drawer in my wardrobe, and thou wilt find my visiting cards. Tack one on the chest and the desk and the camp bed case. Then get all my clothes together and pack them in trunks, not forgetting the 2 old military cloaks, my boy, and tack cards on them also, my good Dates. And then fly round 3 times indefinitely, my good Dates, and wipe a little of the perspiration off. And then, let me see. Then, my good Dates, why, what then? Why, this much. Pick up all papers of all sorts that may be lying round my chamber, and see them burned. And then have old White Hoof put to the lightest farm wagon, and send the chest, and the desk, and the camp bed, and the trunks to the Black Swan, where I shall call for them when I am ready, and not before, sweet Dates. So God bless thee, my fine old imperturbable Dates, and adieu. Thy young master, Pierre. Nota bene. Mark well, though, Dates. Should my mother possibly interrupt thee, say that it is my orders, and mention what it is I send for, but on no account show this to thy mistress. Do ye hear? Pierre again. Folding this scrawl into a grotesque shape, Pierre ordered the man to take it forthwith to Dates. But the man, all perplexed, hesitated, turning the billet over in his hand, till Pierre loudly and violently bade him begone. But as the man was then rapidly departing in a panic, Pierre called him back and retracted his rude words. But as the servant now lingered again, perhaps thinking to avail himself of this repentant mood in Pierre, to say something in sympathy or remonstrance to him, Pierre offered him off with augmented violence, and stamped for him to be gone. Apprising the equally perplexed old landlord that certain things would in the course of that forenoon be left to him, Pierre, at the inn, and also desiring him to prepare a chamber for himself and wife that night, some chamber with a commodious connecting room, which might answer for a dressing-room, and likewise still another chamber for a servant, Pierre departed the place, leaving the old landlord staring vacantly at him, and dumbly marvelling what horrible thing had happened to turn the brain of his fine young favourite and old shooting comrade, Master Pierre. Soon the short old man went out bareheaded upon the low porch of the inn, descended its 1 step, and crossed over to the middle of the road, gazing after Pierre. And only as Pierre turned up a distant lane did his amazement and his solicitude find utterance. I taught him, yes, old Casks, the best shot in all the country round is Master Pierre. Pray God he hits not now the bull's eye in himself. Married, and coming here? This is pesky strange. Book 12. Isabel, Mrs. Glendinning, The Portrait, and Lucy. 1. When, on the previous night, Pierre had left the farmhouse where Isabel harboured, it will be remembered that no hour, either of night or day, no special time at all had been assigned for a succeeding interview. It was Isabel who, for some doubtlessly sufficient reason of her own, had, for the first meeting, assigned the early hour of darkness. As now, when the full sun was well up the heavens, Pierre drew near the farmhouse of the Ulvers. He descried Isabel standing without the little dairy wing, occupied in vertically arranging numerous glittering shield-like milk pans on a long shelf where they might purifyingly meet the sun. Her back was toward him. As Pierre passed through the open wicket and crossed the short, soft green sward, he unconsciously muffled his footsteps, and now, standing close behind his sister, touched her shoulder and stood still. She started, trembled, turned upon him swiftly, made a low, strange cry, and then gazed rivetedly and imploringly upon him. "I look rather queerish, sweet Isabel, do I not?" said Pierre at last, with a writhed and painful smile. "My brother, my blessed brother, speak, tell me, what has happened? What hast thou done?" "Oh, oh! I should have warned thee before, Pierre. Pierre, it is my fault. Mine. "What is thy fault, sweet Isabel?" "Thou hast revealed Isabel to thy mother, Pierre." "I have not, Isabel. Mrs. Glendinning knows not thy secret at all." "Mrs. Glendinning? That's thine own mother, Pierre." "In heaven's name, my brother, explain thyself. Knows not my secret, and yet thou here so suddenly, and with such a fatal aspect. Come with me into the house. Quick, Pierre, why dost thou not stir? Oh, my God! If mad myself sometimes, I am to make mad him who loves me best, and who, I fear, has in some way ruined himself for me. Then let me no more stand upright on this sod, but fall prone beneath it, that I may be hidden. Tell me," catching Pierre's arms in both her frantic hands, "tell me, do I blast where I look? Is my face Gorgon's?" "Nay, sweet Isabel, but it hath a more sovereign power, that turned to stone, thine might turn white marble into mother's milk. Come with me, come quickly." They passed into the dairy and sat down on a bench by the honeysuckled casement. "Pierre, forever fatal and accursed be the day my longing heart called thee to me. If now, in the very springtime of our related love, thou art minded to play deceivingly with me, even though thou shouldst fancy it for my good, speak to me, oh, speak to me, my brother. Thou hintest of deceiving one for one's good. Now, supposing, sweet Isabel, that in no case would I affirmatively deceive thee, in no case whatever wouldst thou then be willing for thee and me to piously deceive others, but for both their and our united good? Thou sayest nothing. Now, then, is it my turn, sweet Isabel, to bid thee speak to me? Oh, speak to me. That unknown approaching thing seemeth ever ill, my brother, which must have unfrank heralds to go before. Oh, Pierre, dear, dear Pierre, be very careful with me. This strange, mysterious, unexampled love between us makes me all plastic in thy hand. Be very careful with me. I know little out of me. The world seems all one unknown India to me. Look up, look on me, Pierre. Say now, thou wilt be very careful. Say so, Pierre. If the most exquisite and fragile filigree of Genoa be carefully handled by its artisan, if sacred nature carefully folds and warms, and by inconceivable attentivenesses eggs round and round her minute and marvellous embryos, then, Isabel, do I most carefully and most tenderly egg thee, gentlest one, and the fate of thee. Short of the great God, Isabel, there lives none who will be more careful with thee, more infinitely considerate and delicate with thee. From my deepest heart do I believe thee, Pierre, yet thou mayest be very delicate in some point, where delicateness is not all essential, and in some quick, impulsive hour omit thy fullest heedfulness, somewhere where heedlessnesses were most fatal. Nay, my brother, bleach these locks snow white, thou sun. if I have any thought to reproach thee, Pierre, or betray distrust of thee. But earnestness must sometimes seem suspicious, else it is none. Pierre, Pierre, all thy aspect speaks eloquently of some already executed resolution, born in suddenness. Since I last saw thee, Pierre, some deed irrevocable has been done by thee. My soul is stiff and starched to it. Now, tell me what it is. Thou and I and Deli Olver tomorrow morning depart this whole neighborhood, and go to the distant city. That is it. No more? Is it not enough? There is something more, Pierre. Thou hast not yet answered a question I put to thee but just now. Bethink thee, Isabel, the deceiving of others by thee and me, in a thing wholly pertaining to ourselves, for their and our united good. Wouldst thou? I would do anything that does not tend to the marring of thy best lasting fortunes, Pierre. Was it thou wouldst have thee and me to do together? I wait. Let us go into the room of the double casement, my sister, said Pierre, rising. Nay, then, if it cannot be said here, then I cannot do it anywhere, my brother, for it would harm thee. Girl, cried Pierre sternly, if for thee I have lost— But he checked himself. Lost? For me? Now does the very worst blacken on me? Pierre, Pierre! I was foolish, and sought but to frighten thee, my sister. It was very foolish. Do thou now go on with thine innocent work here, and I will come again a few hours hence. Let me go now. He was turning from her, when Isabel sprang forward to him, caught him with both arms round him, and held him so convulsively that her hair sideways swept over him and half concealed him. Pierre, if indeed my soul hath cast on thee the same black shadow that my hair now flings on thee, if thou hast lost aught for me, then eternally is Isabel lost to Isabel, and Isabel will not outlive this night. If I am indeed an accursing thing, I will not act the given part, but cheat the air and die from it. See, I let thee go, lest some poison I know not of distill upon thee from me. She slowly drooped and trembled from him, but Pierre caught her and supported her. Foolish, foolish one, behold, in the very bodily act of loosing hold of me, thou dost reel and fall, unanswerable emblem of the indispensable heart-stay. I am to thee, my sweet, sweet Isabel. Prate not then of parting. What hast thou lost for me? Tell me. A gainful loss, my sister. 'Tis mere rhetoric. What hast thou lost? Nothing that my inmost heart would now recall. I have brought in a love and glory by a price, which, large or small, I would not now have paid me back, so I must return the thing I bought. Is love then cold and glory white? Thy cheek is snowy, Pierre. It should be, for I believe to God that I am pure, let the world think how it may. What hast thou lost? Not thee, nor the pride and glory of ever loving thee, and being a continual brother to thee, my best sister. Nay, why dost thou now turn thy face from me? With fine words he wheedles me and coaxes me, not to know some secret thing. Go, go, Pierre, come to me when thou wilt. I am steeled now to the worst and to the last. Again, I tell thee, I will do anything, yes, anything that Pierre commands, for though outer ill do lour upon us, still deep within thou wilt be careful, very careful with me, Pierre. Thou art made of that fine, unshared stuff of which God makes his seraphim. But thy divine devotedness to me is met by mine to thee. Well mayest thou trust me, Isabel, and whatever strangest thing I may yet propose to thee, thy confidence, will it not bear me out? Surely thou wilt not hesitate to plunge when I plunge first? Already have I plunged. Now thou canst not stay upon the bank. Hearken, hearken to me. I seek not now to gain thy prior assent to a thing as yet undone, but I call to thee now, Isabel, from the depth of a foregone act, to ratify it, backward, by thy consent. Look not so hard upon me. Listen, I will tell all, Isabel, though thou art all fearfulness to injure any living thing, lest of all thy brother. Still thy true heart foreknoweth not the myriad alliances and criss-crossings among mankind, the infinite entanglements of all social things, which forbids that one thread should fly the general fabric on some new line of duty without tearing itself and tearing others. Listen, all that has happened up to this moment, and all that may be yet to happen, some sudden inspiration now assures me, inevitably proceeded from the first hour I saw thee. Not possibly could it, or can it, be otherwise. Therefore feel I that I have some patience. Listen. Whatever outer things might possibly be mine, whatever seeming brightest blessings, yet now to live uncomforting and unloving to thee, Isabel, now to dwell domestically away from thee, so that only by stealth and base connivances of the night I could come to thee as thy related brother, this would be, and is, unutterably impossible. In my bosom a secret adder of self-reproach and self-infamy would never leave off its sting. Listen, but without gratuitous dishonour to a memory which, for right cause or wrong, is ever sacred and inviolate to me, I cannot be an open brother to thee, Isabel. But thou wantest not the openness, for thou dost not pine for empty nominaliness, but for vital realness. What thou wantest is not the occasional openness of my brotherly love, but its continual domestic confidence. Do I not speak thine own hidden heart to thee? Say, Isabel. Well, then, still listen to me. One only way presents to this, a most strange way, Isabel. To the world that never throbbed for thee in love, a most deceitful way, but to all a harmless way, so harmless in its essence, Isabel, that, seems to me, Pierre hath consulted heaven itself upon it, and heaven itself did not say nay. Still, listen to me, mark me. As thou knowest that thou wouldst now droop and die without me, so would I without thee. We are equal there, mark that too, Isabel. I do not stoop to thee, nor thou to me, but we both reach up alike to a glorious ideal. Now the continualness, the secretness, yet the always present domesticness of our love, how may we best compass that, without jeopardizing the ever-sacred memory I hinted of? One way, only one. A strange way, but most pure. Listen. Brace thyself. Here, let me hold thee now, and then whisper it to thee, Isabel. Come, I holding thee, thou canst not fall. He held her tremblingly. She bent over toward him. His mouth wet her ear. He whispered it. The girl moved not, was done with all her tremblings, leaned closer to him, with an inexpressible strangeness of an intense love, new and inexplicable. Over the face of Pierre there shot a terrible self-revelation. He imprinted repeated burning kisses upon her, pressed hard her hand, would not let go her sweet and awful passiveness. Then they changed. They coiled together, and entangledly stood mute. Two. Mrs. Glendinning walked her chamber, her dress loosened. That such accursed vileness should proceed from me. Now will the tongued world say, See the vile boy of Mary Glendinning, deceitful, thick with guilt, where I thought it was all guilelessness and gentlest docility to me. It has not happened, it is not day. Were this thing so, I should go mad and be shut up and not walk here where every door is open to me. My own only son married to an unknown thing, my own only son false to his holiest plighted public vow, and the wide world knowing to it. He bears my name, Glendinning. I will disown it. Were it like this dress, I would tear my name off from me and burn it till it shriveled to a crisp. Pierre, Pierre, come back, and swear it is not so. It cannot be. Wait, I will ring the bell and see if it be so. She rung the bell with violence, and soon heard a responsive knock. Come in, nay, falter not, throwing a shawl over her. Come in, stand there and tell me if thou darest, that my son was in this house this morning and met me on the stairs. Darest thou say that? Dates looked confounded at her most unwonted aspect. Say it, find thy tongue, or I will root mine out and fling it at thee. Say it. My dear mistress, I am not thy mistress, but thou master, for if thou sayest it, thou commandest me to madness. O vile boy, begone from me. She locked the door upon him, and swiftly and distractedly walked her chamber. She paused, and tossing down the curtains, shut out the sun from the 2 windows. Another but unsummoned knock was at the door. She opened it. My mistress, his reverence is below. I would not call you, but he insisted. Let him come up. Here, immediately? Didst thou hear me? Let Mr. Falsgrave come up. As if suddenly and admonishingly made aware by Dates of the ungovernable mood of Mrs. Glendinning, the clergyman entered the open door of her chamber with a most deprecating but honest reluctance and apprehensiveness of he knew not what. Be seated, sir. Stay, shut the door and lock it. Madam? I will do it. Be seated. Hast thou seen him? Whom, madam? Master Pierre? Him, quick. It was to speak of him I came, madam. He made a most extraordinary call upon me last night, midnight. And thou marriest him? Damn thee. Nay, 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 madam. There is something here I know not of. I came to tell thee news, but thou hast some o'erwhelming tidings to reveal to me. I beg no pardons, but I may be sorry. Mr. Falsgrave, my son, standing publicly plighted to Lucy Tartan, has privately wedded some other girl, some slut. Impossible. True as thou art there, thou knowest nothing of it, then? Nothing, not 1 grain till now. Who is it he has wedded? Some slut, I tell thee. I am no lady now, but something deeper, a woman, an outraged and pride-poisoned woman. She turned from him swiftly and again paced the room, as frantic and entirely regardless of any presence. Waiting for her to pause, but in vain, Mr. Falsgrave advanced towards her cautiously, and with the profoundest deference, which was almost a cringing, spoke. It is the hour of woe to thee, and I confess my cloth hath no consolation for thee yet awhile. Permit me to withdraw from thee, leaving my best prayers for thee, that thou mayest know some peace ere this now shut-out sun goes down. Send for me whenever thou desirest me. May I go now? Be gone, and let me not hear thy soft mincing voice, which is an infamy to a man. Begone, thou helpless and unhelping one. She swiftly paced the room again, swiftly muttering to herself, Now I see it clear now as day. My first dim suspicions pointed right, too right. Aye, the sewing. It was the sewing. The shriek. I saw him gazing rooted at her. He would not speak, going home with me. I charged him with his silence. He put me off with lies. Aye, he is married to her. Perhaps was then. And yet, how can it be? Lucy. I saw him, after that, look on her as if he would be glad to die for her, and go to tell for her whether he deserves to go. Oh, thus ruthlessly to cut off, at 1 gross sensual dash, the fair succession of an honourable race, mixing the choicest wine with filthy water from the plebeian pool, and so turning all to undistinguishable rankness. Oh, viper, had I thee now in me, I would be a suicide and a murderer with 1 blow. A third knock was at the door. She opened it. "My mistress, I thought it would disturb you. It is so just overhead, so I have not removed them yet." "Unravel thy gibberish. What is it?" "Pardon, my mistress. I somehow thought you knew it, but you cannot." "What is that writing crumpling in thy hand? Give it me." "I have promised my young master not to, my mistress." "I will snatch it then, and so leave thee blameless." What? He's mad, sure." "Fine old fellow dates. What, mad and merry? Chests, clothes, trunks, he wants them. Tumble them out of his window, as if he stand right beneath. Tumble them out. Dismantle that whole room. Tear up the carpet. I swear, he shall leave no smallest vestige in this house. Here, this very spot. Here, where I stand, he may have stood upon. Yes, he tied my shoestring here. It's slippery, Dates." "My mistress?" "Do his bidding. By reflection, he has made me infamous to the world, and I will make him infamous to it. Listen, and do not delude thyself that I am crazy. Go up to yonder room," pointing upward, "and remove every article in it, and where he bid thee set down the chest and trunks, there set down all the contents of that room." "'Twas before the house, this house. And if it had not been there, I would not order thee to put them there. Dunce! I would have the world know that I disown and scorn him. Do my bidding. Stay, let the room stand, but take him for what he asks for." "I will, my mistress." As Dates left the chamber, Mrs. Glendinning again paced it swiftly, and again swiftly muttered, "Now, if I were less a strong and haughty woman, the fit would have gone by ere now. But deep volcanoes long burn, ere they burn out. Oh, that the world were made of such malleable stuff, that we could recklessly do our fieriest heart's wish before it, and not falter. Accursed be those 4 syllables of sound which make up that vile word propriety. It is a chain and bell to drag. Drag! What sound is that? There's dragging, his trunks, the travellers, dragging out. Oh, would I could so drag my heart as fishers for the drowned do, as that I might drag up my sunken happiness. Boy, worse than brought in dripping drowned to me, drowned in icy infamy. Oh! She threw herself upon the bed, covered her face, and lay motionless. But suddenly rose again and hurriedly rang the bell. "Open that desk and draw the stand to me. Now wait and take this to Miss Lucy." With a pencil, she rapidly traced these lines. "My heart bleeds for thee, sweet Lucy. I cannot speak, I know it all. Look for me the first hour I regain myself." Again she threw herself upon the bed and lay motionless. 3. Towards sundown that evening, Pierre stood in one of the 3 bespoken chambers in the Black Swan Inn, the blue chintz-covered chest and the writing desk before him. His hands were eagerly searching through his pockets. The key! Nay, then I must force it open. It bodes ill, too. Yet lucky is it, some bankers can break into their own vaults when other means do fail. Not so, ever. Let me see. Yes, the tongs there. Now then for the sweet sight of gold and silver. I never loved it till this day. How long it has been hoarded, little token pieces of years ago from aunts, uncles, cousins innumerable, and but I won't mention them, dead henceforth to me. Sure, there'll be a premium on such ancient gold. There's some broad bits, token pieces to I name him not, more than half a century ago. Well, I never thought to cast them back into the sordid circulations whence they came. But if they must be spent, now is the time, in this last necessity, and in this sacred cause. 'Tis a most stupid, dunder-headed crowbar. Oi, so, now for it. Snake's nest. Forced suddenly back, the chest lid had as suddenly revealed to him the chair portrait lying on top of all the rest, where he had secreted it some days before. Face up, it met him with its noiseless, ever-nameless, and ambiguous, unchanging smile. Now his first repugnance was augmented by an emotion altogether new. That certain lurking lineament in the portrait, whose strange transfer blended with far other and sweeter and nobler characteristics, was visible in the countenance of Isabel. That lineament in the portrait was somehow now detestable, nay, altogether loathsome, ineffably so, to Pierre. He argued not with himself why this was so, he only felt it, and most keenly. Omitting more subtle inquisition into this deftly winding theme, it will be enough to hint, perhaps, that possibly one source of this new hatefulness had its primary and unconscious rise in one of those profound ideas which at times, atmospherically, as it were, do insinuate themselves even into very ordinary minds. In the strange relativeness, reciprocalness, and transmittedness between the long-dead father's portrait and the living daughter's face, Pierre might have seemed to see reflected to him by visible and uncontradictable symbols the tyranny of time and fate. Painted before the daughter was conceived or born, like a dumb seer, the portrait still seemed levelling its prophetic finger at that empty air from which Isabel did finally emerge. There seemed to lurk some mystical intelligence and vitality in the picture, because, since in his own memory of his father, Pierre could not recall any distinct lineament transmitted to Isabel, but vaguely saw such in the portrait. Therefore, not Pierre's parent as any way rememberable by him, but the portrait's painted self seemed the real father of Isabel, for, so far as all sense went, Isabel had inherited one particular trait, no whither traceable, but to it. And as his father was now sought to be banished from his mind, as a most bitter presence there, but Isabel was become a thing of intense and fearful love for him, that in the smiling and ambiguous portrait, her sweet, mournful image should be so sinisterly becrooked, bemixed, and mutilated to him. When the first shock and then the pause were over, he lifted the portrait in his two hands and held it averted from him. It shall not live. Hitherto I have hoarded up mementos and monuments of the past, been a worshipper of all heirlooms, a fond filer away of letters, locks of hair, bits of ribbon, flowers, and the 1,001 minutenesses which love and memory think they sanctify. But it is forever over now. If to me any memory shall henceforth be dear, I will not mummy it in a visible memorial for every passing beggar's dust to gather on. Love's museum is vain and foolish as the catacombs, where grinning apes and abject lizards are embalmed, as, forsooth, significant of some imagined charm. It speaks merely of decay and death, and nothing more. Decay and death of endless innumerable generations, it makes of earth one mould. How can lifelessness be fit memorial of life? So far, for mementos of the sweetest. As for the rest, now I know this, that in commonest memorials the twilight fact of death first discloses in some secret way all the ambiguities of that departed thing or person. Obliquely it casts hints and insinuates surmises base, and eternally incapable of being cleared. Decreed by God omnipotent it is, that death should be the last scene of the last act of man's play, a play which, begin how it may, in farce or comedy, ever hath its tragic end. The curtain inevitably falls upon a corpse. Therefore, never more will I play the vile pygmy, and by small memorials after death attempt to reverse the decree of death by essaying the poor perpetuating of the image of the original. Let all die, and mix again. As for this, why longer should I preserve it? Why preserve that on which one cannot patient look? If I am resolved to hold his public memory inviolate, destroy this thing, for here is the one great condemning and unsuborned proof, whose mysticalness drives me half mad. Of old Greek times, before man's brain went into doting bondage and bleached and beaten in Baconian fulling mills, His 4 limbs lost their barbaric tan and beauty, when the round world was fresh and rosy and spicy as a new plucked apple, all's wilted now. In those bold times the great dead were not, turkey-like, dished in trenchers and set down all garnished in the ground, to glut the damned cyclop like a cannibal, but nobly envious life cheated the glutton worm, and gloriously burned the corpse, so that the spirit uppointed and visibly forked to heaven. So, now will I serve thee, though that solidity of which thou art the unsolid duplicate hath long gone to its hideous churchyard account, and though, God knows, but for one part of thee it may have been fit auditing, yet will I now a second time see thy obsequies performed, and by now burning thee, earn thee in the great vase of air. Come now. A small wood fire had been kindled on the hearth to purify the long-closed room. It was now diminished to a small pointed heap of glowing embers. Detaching and dismembering the gilded but tarnished frame, Pierre laid the 4 pieces on the coals. As their dryness soon caught the sparks, he rolled the reversed canvas into a scroll and tied it and committed it to the now crackling, clamorous flames. Steadfastly Pierre watched the first crispings and blackenings of the painted scroll, but started as suddenly unwinding from the burnt string that had tied it for one swift instant, seen through the flame and smoke. The upwrithing portrait tormentedly stared at him in beseeching horror, and then, wrapped in one broad sheet of oily fire, disappeared forever. Yielding to a sudden ungovernable impulse, Pierre darted his hand among the flames to rescue the imploring face, but as swiftly drew back his scorched and bootless grasp. His hand was burnt and blackened, but he did not heed it. He ran back to the chest, and seizing repeated packages of family letters and all sorts of miscellaneous memorials in paper, he threw them one after the other upon the fire. Thus, and thus, and thus, on thy names I fling fresh spoils, pour out all my memory in one libation. So, lower, 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 now all is done, and all is ashes. Henceforth, cast out Pierre hath no paternity and no past, and since the future is one blank to all, therefore twice disinherited Pierre stands untrammelledly his ever-present self, free to do his own self-will and present fancy to whatever end. 4. That same sunset Lucy lay in her chamber. A knock was heard at its door, and the responding Martha was met by the now self-controlled and resolute face of Mrs. Glendenning. "How is your young mistress, Martha? May I come in?" But waiting for no answer, with the same breath she passed the maid and determinately entered the room. She sat down by the bed and met the open eye but closed and pallid mouth of Lucy. She gazed rivetedly and inquisitively a moment, then turned a quick, aghast look toward Martha, as if seeking warrant for some shuddering thought. "Miss Lucy," said Martha, It is Mrs. Glendenning. Speak to her, Miss Lucy." As if left in the last helpless attitude of some spent contortion of her grief, Lucy was not lying in the ordinary posture of one in bed, but lay half crosswise upon it, with the pale pillows propping her hueless form, and but a single sheet thrown over her, as though she were so heart overladen that her white body could not bear one added feather. And as in any snowy marble statue, the drapery clings to the limbs, so as one found drowned, the thin, defining sheet invested Lucy. "It is Mrs. Glendenning. Will you speak to her, Miss Lucy?" The thin lips moved and trembled for a moment, and then were still again, and augmented pallor shrouded her. Martha brought restoratives, and when all was as before, she made a gesture for the lady to depart, and in a whisper said, "She will not speak to any. She does not speak to me. The doctor has just left. He has been here 5 times since morning, and says she must be kept entirely quiet." Then, pointing to the stand, added, "You see what he has left? Mere restoratives. Quiet is her best medicine now, he says. Quiet, quiet, quiet. Oh, sweet quiet, wilt thou now ever come?" "Has Miss Tartan been written to?" whispered the lady. Martha nodded. So the lady moved to quit the room, saying that once every 2 hours she would send to know how Lucy fared. "But where is her Aunt Martha?" she exclaimed lowly, pausing at the door and glancing in sudden astonishment about the room. Surely, Miss Lanelyn—" "My poor old lady," weepingly whispered Martha. "She hath caught infection from sweet Lucy's woe. She hurried hither, caught one glimpse of that bed, and fell like dead upon the floor. The doctor hath 2 patients now, lady," glancing at the bed, and tenderly feeling Lucy's bosom to mark if yet it heaved. "Alack, alack, oh, reptile, reptile, that could sting so sweet a breast! Fire would be too cold for him, accursed!" "Thy own tongue blister the roof of thy mouth," cried Mrs. Glendinning, in a half-stifled whispering scream. "'Tis not for thee, hired one, to rail at my son, though he were Lucifer, simmering in hell. Mend thy manners, minx." And she left the chamber, dilated with her unconquerable pride, leaving Martha aghast at such venom in such beauty. Book 13. They Depart the Meadows. 1. It was just dusk when Pierre approached the Alva farmhouse in a wagon belonging to the Black Swan Inn. He met his sister shawled and bonneted in the porch. "Now then, Isabel, is all ready? Where is Delly? I see 2 most small and inconsiderable portmanteaux. We is the chest that holds the goods of the disowned. The wagon waits, Isabel. Now all is ready, and nothing left?" "Nothing, Pierre, unless in going hence, but I'll not think o' that. All's fated." "Delly, where is she? Let us go in for her," said Pierre, catching the hand of Isabel and turning rapidly. As he thus half dragged her into the little lighted entry, and then dropping her hand, placed his touch on the catch of the inner door, Isabel stayed his arm as if to keep him back, till she should forewarn him against something concerning Delly, but suddenly she started herself, and for one instant, eagerly pointing at his right hand, seemed almost to half shrink from Pierre. "'Tis nothing. I am not hurt. A slight burn, the merest accidental scorch this morning. But what's this?" he added, lifting his hand higher. "Smoke, soot, this comes of going in the dark. Sunlight, and I had seen it. But I have not touched thee, Isabel." Isabel lifted her hand and showed the marks. "But it came from thee, my brother, and I would catch the plague from thee, so that it should make me share thee. Do thou clean thy hand. Let mine alone." "Delly, Delly," cried Pierre, "why may I not go to her to bring her forth?" Placing her finger upon her lip, Isabel softly opened the door and showed the object of his inquiry avertedly seated, muffled, on a chair. "Do not speak to her, my brother," whispered Isabel, "and do not seek to behold her face as yet. It will pass over now ere long, I trust. Come, shall we go now? Take Delly forth, but do not speak to her. I have bidden all good-bye. The old people are in yonder room in the rear. I am glad that they choose not to come out to attend our going forth. Come now, be very quick. Pierre, this is an hour I like not. Be it swiftly past." Soon all 3 alighted at the inn. Ordering lights, Pierre led the way above stairs and ushered his 2 companions into one of the 2 outermost rooms of the 3 adjoining chambers prepared for all. "See," said he, to the mute and still self-averting figure of Delhi. "See, this is thy room, Miss Ulver. Isabel has told thee all. Thou knowest our till now secret marriage. She will stay with thee now, till I return from a little business down the street. Tomorrow, thou knowest, very early we take the stage. I may not see thee again till then, so be steadfast and cheer up a very little, Miss Ulver, and good night. All will be well." 2. Next morning, by break of day at 4 o'clock, the 4 swift hours were personified in 4 impatient horses, which shook their trappings beneath the windows of the inn. 3 figures emerged into the cool, dim air and took their places in the coach. The old landlord had silently and despondently shaken Pierre by the hand. The vainglorious driver was on his box, threadingly adjusting the 4 reins among the fingers of his buckskin gloves. The usual thin company of admiring ostlers and other early onlookers were gathered about the porch, when, on his companion's account, all eager to cut short any vain delay at such a painful crisis, Pierre impetuously shouted for the coach to move. In a moment, the 4 meadow-fed young horses leapt forward their own generous lengths, and the 4 responsive wheels rolled their complete circles. While making vast rearward flourishes with his whip, the elated driver seemed as a bravado hero signing his ostentatious farewell signature in the empty air. And so, in the dim of the dawn, and to the defiant crackings of that long and sharp resounding whip, the 3 forever fled the sweet fields of Saddle Meadows. The short old landlord gazed after the coach a while, and then, re-entering the inn, stroked his grey beard and muttered to himself, "I have kept this house now 33 years, and have had plenty of bridal parties come and go in their long train of wagons, breakdowns, buggies, gigs, a gay and giggling train. Ha! There's a pun, popped out like a cork. Aye, and once in ox carts, all garlanded. Aye, and once the merry bride was bedded on a load of sweet-scented new-cut clover. But such a bridal party as this morning's, why, it's as sad as funerals. And brave Master Pierre Glendinning is the groom. Well, well, wonders is all to go. I thought I had done with wondering when I passed 50, but I kept wondering still. Somehow now, I feel as though I had just come from lowering some old friend beneath the sod, and yet felt the grating cord marks in my palms. 'Tis early, but I'll drink. Let's see. Cider, a mug of cider. 'Tis sharp and pricks like a gamecock's spur. Cider's the drink for grief. Oh, Lord, that fat men should be so thin-skinned and suffer in pure sympathy on others' account. A thin-skinned, thin man, he don't suffer so, because there ain't so much stuff in him for his thin skin to cover. Well, 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 well. Of all colics, save me from the melancholics. Green melons is the greenest thing." Book 14. The Journey and the Pamphlet. 1. All profound things and emotion of things are preceded and attended by silence. What a silence is that with which the pale bride precedes the responsive "I will" to the priest's solemn question, "Wilt thou have this man for thy husband?" In silence, too, the wedded hands are clasped. Yea, in silence the child Christ was born into the world. Silence is the general consecration of the universe. Silence is the invisible laying on of the divine pontiff's hands upon the world. Silence is at once the most harmless and the most awful thing in all nature. It speaks of the reserved forces of fate. Silence is the only voice of our God. Nor is this so august silence confined to things simply touching or grand. Like the air, Silence permeates all things and produces its magical power as well during that peculiar mood which prevails at a solitary traveller's first setting forth on a journey, as at the unimaginable time when before the world was, silence brooded on the face of the waters. No word was spoken by its inmates, as the coach, bearing our young enthusiast, Pierre, and his mournful party, sped forth through the dim dawn into the deep midnight, which still occupied, unrepulsed, the hearts of the old woods through which the road wound very shortly after quitting the village. When first entering the coach, Pierre had pressed his hand upon the cushioned seat to steady his way. Some crumpled leaves of paper had met his fingers. He had instinctively clutched them, and the same strange clutching mood of his soul which had prompted that instinctive act did also prevail in causing him now to retain the crumpled paper in his hand for an hour or more of that wonderful intense silence which the rapid coach bore through the heart of the general stirless morning silence of the fields and the woods. His thoughts were very dark and wild. For a space there was rebellion and horrid anarchy and infidelity in his soul. This temporary mood may best be likened to that which, according to a singular story once told in the pulpit by a reverend man of God, invaded the heart of an excellent priest. In the midst of a solemn cathedral, upon a cloudy Sunday afternoon, this priest was in the act of publicly administering the bread of the Holy Sacrament of the supper, when the evil one suddenly propounded to him the possibility of the mere moonshine of the Christian religion. Just such now was the mood of Pierre. To him the evil one propounded the possibility of the mere moonshine of all his self-renouncing enthusiasm. The evil one hooted at him and called him a fool. But by instant and earnest prayer, closing his two eyes with his two hands still holding the sacramental bread, the devout priest had vanquished the impious devil. Not so with Pierre. The imperishable monument of his holy Catholic Church, the imperishable record of his Holy Bible, the imperishable intuition of the innate truth of Christianity, these were the indestructible anchors which still held the priest to his firm faith's rock when the sudden storm raised by the evil one assailed him. But Pierre, where could he find the church, the monument, the Bible, which unequivocally said to him, "Go on, thou art in the right, I endorse thee all over, go on"? So the difference between the priest and Pierre was herein. With the priest it was a matter whether certain bodiless thoughts of his were true or not true, but with Pierre it was a question whether certain vital acts of his were right or wrong. In this little nut lie germ-like the possible solution of some puzzling problems, and also the discovery of additional and still more profound problems ensuing upon the solution of the former. For so true is this last that some men refuse to solve any present problem for fear of making still more work for themselves in that way. Now, Pierre thought of the magical, mournful letter of Isabel. He recalled the divine inspiration of that hour when the heroic words burst from his heart. "Comfort thee and stand by thee and fight for thee, will thy leapingly acknowledging brother." These remembrances unfurled themselves in proud exaltations in his soul, and from before such glorious banners of virtue, the club-footed evil one limped away in dismay. But now the dread, fateful parting look of his mother came over him. Anew he heard the heart-prescribing words, "Beneath my roof and at my table, he who was once Pierre Glendinning no more puts himself." Swooning in her snow-white bed, the lifeless Lucy lay before him, wrapped as in the reverberating echoes of her own agonizing shriek. "My heart, my heart!" Then how swift the recurrence to Isabel, and the nameless awfulness of his still imperfectly conscious, incipient, new-mingled emotion toward this mysterious being. "Lo, I leave corpses wherever I go," groaned Pierre to himself. "Can then my conduct be right? Lo, By my conduct I seem threatened by the possibility of a sin anomalous and accursed, so anomalous it may well be the one for which Scripture says, there is never forgiveness. Corpses behind me, and the last sin before, how then can my conduct be right? In this mood the silence accompanied him, and the first visible rays of the morning sun in this same mood found him and saluted him. The excitement and the sleepless night just past, and the strange narcotic of a quiet, steady anguish, and the sweet quiescence of the air, and the monotonous cradle-like motion of the coach over a road made firm and smooth by a refreshing shower overnight, these had wrought their wonted effect upon Isabel and Delly. With hidden faces they leaned fast asleep in Pierre's sight. Fast asleep, thus unconscious, O sweet Isabel, O forlorn Delly, your swift destinies I bear in my own. Suddenly, as his sad eye fell lower and lower from scanning their magically quiescent persons, his glance lit upon his own clutched hand, which rested on his knee. Some paper protruded from that clutch. He knew not how it got there, or whence it had come, though himself had closed his own grip upon it. He lifted his hand and slowly unfingered and unbolted the paper, and unrolled it, and carefully smoothed it to see what it might be. It was a thin, tattered, dried fish-like thing, printed with blurred ink upon mean, sleazy paper. It seemed the opening pages of some ruinous old pamphlet, a pamphlet containing a chapter or so of some very voluminous disquisition. The conclusion was gone. It must have been accidentally left there by some previous traveller, who perhaps in drawing out his handkerchief had ignorantly extracted his waste paper. There is a singular infatuation in most men, which leads them in odd moments, intermitting between their regular occupations, and when they find themselves all alone in some quiet corner or nook, to fasten with unaccountable fondness upon the merest rag of old printed paper, some shred of a long exploded advertisement perhaps, and read it, and study it, and reread it, and pore over it, and fairly agonize themselves over this miserable sleazy paper rag, which at any other time or in any other place they would hardly touch with St. Dunstan's long tongs. So now, in a degree, with Pierre. But notwithstanding that, he, with most other human beings, shared in the strange hallucination above mentioned, yet the first glimpse of the title of the dried fish-like, pamphlet-shaped rag did almost tempt him to pitch it out of the window. For, be a man's mood what it may, what sensible and ordinary mortal could have patience for any considerable period to knowingly hold in his conscious hand a printed document, and that, too, a very blurred one as to ink, and a very sleazy one as to paper, so metaphysically and insufferably entitled as this? Chronometricals and horologicals? Doubtless, it was something vastly profound, but it is to be observed that when a man is in a really profound mood, then all merely verbal or written profundities are unspeakably repulsive, and seem downright childish to him. Nevertheless, the silence still continued. The road ran through an almost unploughed and uninhabited region. The slumberers still slumbered before him. The evil mood was becoming well nigh insupportable to him. So, more to force his mind away from the dark realities of things than from any other motive, Pierre finally tried his best to plunge himself into the pamphlet. 2. Sooner or later in this life, the earnest or enthusiastic youth comes to know and more or less appreciate this startling solecism, that while, as the grand condition of acceptance to God, Christianity calls upon all men to renounce this world, yet by all odds the most mammonish part of this world, Europe and America, are owned by none but professed Christian nations, who glory in the owning, and seem to have some reason therefor. This solecism, once vividly and practically apparent, Then comes the earnest reperusal of the Gospels, the intense self-absorption into that greatest real miracle of all religions, the Sermon on the Mount. From that divine mount to all earnest loving youths flows an inexhaustible, soul-melting stream of tenderness and loving kindness, and they leap exulting to their feet to think that the founder of their holy religion gave utterance to sentences so infinitely sweet and soothing as these sentences, which embody all the love of the past and all the love which can be imagined in any conceivable future. Such emotions as that sermon raises in the enthusiastic heart, such emotions all youthful hearts refuse to ascribe to humanity as their origin. "This is of God," cries the heart, and in that cry ceases all inquisition. Now, with this fresh read sermon in his soul, the youth again gazes abroad upon the world. Instantly, in aggravation of the former solecism, an overpowering sense of the world's downright positive falsity comes over him. The world seems to lie saturated and soaking with lies. The sense of this thing is so overpowering that at first the youth is apt to refuse the evidence of his own senses, even as he does that same evidence in the matter of the movement of the visible sun in the heavens, which, with his own eyes, he plainly sees go round the world, but nevertheless, on the authority of other persons, the Copernican astronomers whom he never saw, he believes it not to go round the world, but the world round it. Just so, too, he hears good and wise people sincerely say, "This world only seems to be saturated and soaking with lies, but in reality it does not so lie soaking and saturated. Along with some lies there is much truth in this world." But again he refers to his Bible, and there he reads most explicitly that this world is unconditionally depraved and accursed, and that at all hazards men must come out of it. But why come out of it, if it be a true world and not a lying world? Assuredly, then, this world is a lie. Hereupon, then, in the soul of the enthusiast youth, two armies come to the shock, and unless he prove recreant, or unless he prove gullible, or unless he can find the talismanic secret to reconcile this world with his own soul, then there is no peace for him, no slightest truce for him in this life. Now, without doubt, this talismanic secret has never yet been found, and in the nature of human things it seems as though it never can be. Certain philosophers have time and again pretended to have found it, but if they do not in the end discover their own delusion, other people soon discover it for themselves, and so those philosophers and their vain philosophy are let glide away into practical oblivion. Plato and Spinoza and Goethe and many more belong to this guild of self-impostors, with a preposterous rabble of Muggletonian Scots and Yankees, whose vile brogue still the more bestreaks the stripedness of their Greek or German Neoplatonical originals. That profound silence, that only voice of our God, which I before spoke of, from that divine thing without a name, those impostor philosophers pretend somehow to have got an answer, which is as absurd as though they should say they had got water out of stone, for how can a man get a voice out of silence? Certainly, all must admit that if for any one this problem of the possible reconcilement of this world with our own souls possessed a peculiar and potential interest, that one was Pierre Glendinning at the period we now write of. For in obedience to the loftiest behest of his soul, he had done certain vital acts which had already lost him his worldly felicity, and which he felt must in the end indirectly work him some still additional and not to be thought of woe. Soon then, as after his first estate at the mystical title, and after his then reading on merely to drown himself, Pierre at last began to obtain a glimmering into the profound intent of the writer of the sleazy rag pamphlet. He felt a great interest awakened in him. The more he read and reread, the more this interest deepened. But still the more likewise did his failure to comprehend the writer increase. He seemed somehow to derive some general vague inkling concerning it, but the central conceit refused to become clear to him. The reason whereof is not so easy to be laid down, seeing that the reason originating heart and mind of man, these organic things themselves are not so easily to be expounded. Something, however, more or less to the point, may be adventured here. If a man may be in any vague latent doubt about the intrinsic correctness and excellence of his general life theory and practical course of life, then, if that man chance to light on any other man, or any little treatise or sermon, which unintendingly, as it were, yet very palpably illustrates to him the intrinsic incorrectness and non-excellence of both, the theory and the practice of his life, then that man will, more or less unconsciously, try hard to hold himself back from the self-admitted comprehension of a matter which thus condemns him. For in this case, to comprehend is himself to condemn himself, which is always highly inconvenient and uncomfortable to a man. Again, if a man be told a thing wholly new, then, during the time of its first announcement to him, it is entirely possible for him to comprehend it. For, absurd as it may seem, men are only made to comprehend things which they comprehended before, though but in the embryo, as it were. Things new it is impossible to make them comprehend by merely talking to them about it. True, sometimes they pretend to comprehend. In their own hearts they really believe they do comprehend, outwardly look as though they did comprehend, wag their bushy tails comprehendingly, but for all that they do not comprehend. Possibly they may afterward come of themselves to inhale this new idea from the circumambient air, and so come to comprehend it, but not otherwise at all. It will be observed that neither points of the above speculations do we, in set terms, attribute to Pierre in connection with the rag pamphlet. Possibly both might be applicable, possibly neither. Certain it is, however, that at the time, in his own heart, he seemed to think that he did not fully comprehend the strange writer's conceit in all its bearings. Yet was this conceit apparently one of the plainest in the world, so natural a child might almost have originated it. Nevertheless, again so profound, that scarce Jugularius himself could be the author, and still again so exceedingly trivial that Jugularius's smallest child might well have been ashamed of it. Seeing then that this curious paper rag so puzzled Pierre, foreseeing too that Pierre may not in the end be entirely uninfluenced in his conduct by the torn pamphlet, when afterwards, perhaps by other means he shall come to understand it, or, peradventure, come to know that he in the first place did, seeing too that the author thereof came to be made known to him by reputation, and though Pierre never spoke to him, yet exerted a surprising sorcery upon his spirit by the mere distant glimpse of his countenance. All these reasons I account sufficient apology for inserting in the following chapters the initial part of what seems to me a very fanciful and mystical, rather than philosophical lecture, from which I confess that I myself can derive no conclusion which permanently satisfies those peculiar motions in my soul to which that lecture seems more particularly addressed. For to me it seems more the excellently illustrated restatement of a problem than the solution of the problem itself. But as such mere illustrations are almost universally taken for solutions, and perhaps they are the only possible human solutions, therefore it may help to the temporary quiet of some inquiring mind, and so not be wholly without use. At the worst, each person can now skip or read and rail for himself. (3) A. By Plotinus plenlement in 333 lectures. Lecture first. Chronometricals and horologicals, being not too much the portal as part of the temporary scaffold to the portal of this new philosophy. Few of us doubt, gentlemen, that human life on this earth is but a state of probation, which, among other things, implies that here below we mortals have only to do with things provisional. Accordingly, I hold that all our so-called wisdom is likewise but provisional. This preamble laid down, I begin. It seems to me, in my visions, that there is a certain most rare order of human souls which, if carefully carried in the body, will almost always and everywhere give heaven's own truth, with some small grains of variance. For peculiarly coming from God, the sole source of that heavenly truth, and the great Greenwich Hill and Tower from which the universal meridians are far out into infinity reckoned, such souls seem as London sea chronometers, Greek time namers, which, as the London ship floats past Greenwich down the Thames, are accurately adjusted by Greenwich time, and, if heedfully kept, will still give that same time, even though carried to the Azores. True, in nearly all cases of long remote voyages, to China, say, chronometers of the best make and the most carefully treated will gradually more or less vary from Greenwich time, without the possibility of the error being corrected by direct comparison with their great standard. But skilful and devout observations of the stars by the sextant will serve materially to lessen such errors. And besides, there is such a thing as rating a chronometer, that is, having ascertained its degree of organic inaccuracy, however small, then in all subsequent chronometrical calculations, that ascertained loss or gain can be readily added or deducted as the case may be. Then again, on these long voyages, the chronometer may be corrected by comparing it with the chronometer of some other ship at sea more recently from home. Now, in an artificial world like ours, the soul of man is further removed from its God and the heavenly truth than the chronometer carried to China is from Greenwich. And as that chronometer, if at all accurate, will pronounce it to be 12 o'clock high noon, when the China local watches say, perhaps, it is 12 o'clock midnight, so the chronometric soul, if in this world true to its great Greenwich in the other, will always, in its so-called intuitions of right and wrong, be contradicting the mere local standards and watchmakers' brains of this earth. Bacon's brains were mere watchmakers' brains, but Christ was a chronometer, and the most exquisitely adjusted and exact one, and the least affected by all terrestrial jarrings of any that have ever come to us. And the reason why his teaching seemed folly to the Jews was because he carried that heaven's time in Jerusalem, while the Jews carried Jerusalem time there. Did he not expressly say, "My wisdom, time, is not of this world"? But whatever is really peculiar in the wisdom of Christ seems precisely the same folly today as it did 1850 years ago, because in all that interval his bequeathed chronometer has still preserved its original heaven's time, and the general Jerusalem of this world has likewise carefully preserved its own. But though the chronometer carried from Greenwich to China should truly exhibit in China what the time may be at Greenwich at any moment, yet, though thereby it must necessarily contradict China time, it does by no means thence follow that with respect to China, the China watches are at all out of the way. Precisely the reverse. For the fact of that variance is a presumption that, with respect to China, the Chinese watches must be all right, and consequently, as the China watches are right as to China, so the Greenwich chronometers must be wrong as to China. Besides, of what use to the Chinaman would a Greenwich chronometer keeping Greenwich time be? Were he thereby to regulate his daily actions, he would be guilty of all manner of absurdities, going to bed at noon, say, when his neighbours would be sitting down to dinner. And thus, though the earthly wisdom of man be heavenly folly to God, so also conversely is the heavenly wisdom of God an earthly folly to man. Literally speaking, this is so. Nor does the God of the heavenly Greenwich expect common men to keep Greenwich wisdom in this remote Chinese world of ours, because such a thing were unprofitable for them here, and indeed a falsification of himself, inasmuch as in that case China time would be identical with Greenwich time, which would make Greenwich time wrong. But why then does God now and then send a heavenly chronometer, as a meteoric stone, into the world, uselessly as it would seem, to give the lie to all the world's timekeepers? Because he is willing to leave man without some occasional testimony to this, that though man's Chinese notions of things may answer well enough here, they are by no means universally applicable, and that the central Greenwich in which he dwells goes by a somewhat different method from this world. And yet it follows not from this that God's truth is one thing and man's truth another, but, as above hinted, and as will be further elucidated in subsequent lectures, by their very contradictions they are made to correspond. By inference it follows also that he who, finding in himself a chronometrical soul, seeks practically to force that heavenly time upon the earth, in such an attempt he can never succeed with an absolute and essential success. And as for himself, if he seek to regulate his own daily conduct by it, he will but array all men's earthly timekeepers against him, and thereby work himself woe and death. But these things are plainly evinced in the character and fate of Christ, and the past and present condition of the religion he taught. Here one thing is to be especially observed. Though Christ encountered woe in both the precept and the practice of his chronometricals, yet did he remain throughout entirely without folly or sin. Whereas, almost invariably with inferior beings, the absolute effort to live in this world according to the strict letter of the chronometricals is somehow apt to involve those inferior beings eventually in strange, unique follies and sins unimagined before. It is the story of the Ephesian matron allegorized. To any earnest man of insight, a faithful contemplation of these ideas concerning chronometricals and horologicals will serve to render provisionally far less dark some few of the otherwise obscurest things which have hitherto tormented the honest thinking men of all ages. What man who carries a heavenly soul in him has not grown to perceive that unless he committed a sort of suicide as to the practical things of this world, he never can hope to regulate his earthly conduct by that same heavenly soul? And yet, by an infallible instinct, he knows that that monitor cannot be wrong in itself. And where is the earnest and righteous philosopher, gentlemen, who, looking right and left and up and down, through all ages of the world, the present included, where is there such an one who has not 1,000 times been struck with a sort of infidel idea that whatever other world's God may be lord of, he is not the lord of this, for else this world would seem to give the lie to him, so utterly repugnant seem its ways to the instinctively known ways of heaven? But it is not and cannot be so, nor will he who regards this chronometrical conceit aright evermore be conscious of that horrible idea. For he will then see, or seem to see, that this world's seeming incompatibility with God absolutely results from its meridional correspondence with him. This chronometrical conceit does by no means involve the justification of all the acts which wicked men may perform. For in their wickedness, downright wicked men sin as much against their own horologe as against the heavenly chronometer. That this is so, their spontaneous liability to remorse does plainly evince. No, this conceit merely goes to show that for the mass of men, the highest abstract heavenly righteousness is not only impossible, but would be entirely out of place and positively wrong in a world like this. To turn the left cheek if the right be smitten is chronometrical. Hence, no average son of man ever did such a thing. To give all that thou hast to the poor, this too is chronometrical. Hence, no average son of man ever did such a thing. Nevertheless, if a man gives with a certain self-considerate generosity to the poor, abstains from doing downright ill to any man, does his convenient best in a general way to do good to his whole race, takes watchful loving care of his wife and children, relatives and friends, is perfectly tolerant to all other men's opinions, whatever they may be, is an honest dealer, an honest citizen, and all that, and more especially if he believes that there is a God for infidels as well as for believers, and acts upon that belief, then, though such a man falls infinitely short of the chronometrical standard, though all his actions are entirely horologic, yet such a man need never lastingly despond, because he is sometimes guilty of some minor offence. Hasty words impulsively returning a blow, fits of domestic petulance, selfish enjoyment of a glass of wine while he knows there are those around him who lack a loaf of bread. I say he need never lastingly despond on account of his perpetual liability to these things, because not to do them and their like would be to be an angel, a chronometer, whereas he is a man and a horologe. Yet does the horologe itself teach that all liabilities to these things should be checked as much as possible, though it is certain they can never be utterly eradicated. They are only to be checked then because, if entirely unrestrained, they would finally run into utter selfishness and human demonism, which, as before hinted, are not by any means justified by the horologe. In short, this chronometrical and horological conceit in sum seems to teach this, that in things terrestrial, horological, a man must not be governed by ideas celestial, chronometrical, that certain minor self-renunciations in this life his own mere instinct for his own everyday general well-being will teach him to make, but he must by no means make a complete, unconditional sacrifice of himself in behalf of any other being or any cause or any conceit. For does aught else completely and unconditionally sacrifice itself for him? God's own sun does not abate one tittle of its heat in July, however you swoon with that heat in the sun, and if it did abate its heat on your behalf, then the wheat and the rye would not ripen, and so for the incidental benefit of one, a whole population would suffer. A virtuous expediency, then, seems the highest desirable or attainable earthly excellence for the mass of men, and is the only earthly excellence that their Creator intended for them. When they go to heaven, it will be quite another thing. There they can freely turn the left cheek, because the right cheek will never be smitten. There they can freely give all to the poor, for there will be no poor to give to. A due appreciation of this matter will do good to man. For hitherto, being authoritatively taught by his dogmatical teachers that he must, while on earth, aim at heaven and attain it, too, in all his earthly acts on pain of eternal wrath, and finding by experience that this is utterly impossible, in his despair he is too apt to run clean away into all manner of moral abandonment, self-deceit, and hypocrisy, cloaked, however, mostly under an aspect of the most respectable devotion, or else he openly runs like a mad dog into atheism. Whereas let men be taught those chronometricals and horologicals, and while still retaining every common sense incentive to whatever of virtue be practicable and desirable, and having these incentives strengthened, too, by the consciousness of powers to attain their mark, then there would be an end to that fatal despair of becoming at all good, which has too often proved the vice-producing result in many minds of the undiluted chronometrical doctrines hitherto taught to mankind. But if any man say that such a doctrine as this I lay down is false, is impious, I would charitably refer that man to the history of Christendom for the last 1800 years, and ask him whether, in spite of all the maxims of Christ, that history is not just as full of blood, violence, wrong, and iniquity of every kind as any previous portion of the world's story. Therefore, it follows that so far as practical results are concerned, regarded in a purely earthly light, the only great original moral doctrine of Christianity, i.e., the chronometrical gratuitous return of good for evil, as distinguished from the horological forgiveness of injuries taught by some of the pagan philosophers, has been found horologically a false one, because after 1800 years' inculcation from tens of thousands of pulpits, it has proved entirely impracticable. I but lay down, then, what the best mortal men do daily practice, and what all really wicked men are very far removed from. I present consolation to the earnest man who, among all his human frailties, is still agonizingly conscious of the beauty of chronometrical excellence. I hold up a practicable virtue to the vicious, and interfere not with the eternal truth that, sooner or later, in all cases, downright vice is downright woe. Moreover, But here the pamphlet was torn, and came to a most untidy termination. Book 15. The Cousins. 1. Though resolved to face all out to the last, at whatever desperate hazard, Pierre had not started for the city without some reasonable plans, both with reference to his more immediate circumstances and his ulterior condition. There resided in the city a cousin of his, Glendinning Stanley, better known in the general family as Glen Stanley, and by Pierre as Cousin Glen. Like Pierre, he was an only son. His parents had died in his early childhood, and within the present year he had returned from a protracted sojourn in Europe to enter, at the age of 21, into the untrammeled possession of a noble property, which, in the hands of faithful guardians, had largely accumulated. In their boyhood and earlier adolescence, Pierre and Glen had cherished a much more than cousinly attachment. At the age of 10, they had furnished an example of the truth that the friendship of fine-hearted, generous boys, nurtured amid the romance-engendering comforts and elegancies of life, sometimes transcends the bounds of mere boyishness, and revels for a while in the empyrean of a love which only comes short, by one degree, of the sweetest sentiment entertained between the sexes. Nor is this boy love without the occasional fillips and spicinesses, which at times, by an apparent abatement, enhance the permanent delights of those more advanced lovers who love beneath the cestus of Venus. The jealousies are felt. The sight of another lad too much consorting with the boy's beloved object shall fill him with emotions akin to those of Othello's. A fancied slight or lessening of the everyday indications of warm feelings shall prompt him to bitter upbraidings and reproaches, or shall plunge him into evil moods, for which grim solitude only is congenial. Nor are the letters of Aphroditean devotees more charged with headlong vows and protestations, more cross-written and crammed with discursive sentimentalities, more undeviating in their semi-weekliness or dailiness, as the case may be, than are the love-friendship missives of boys. Among those bundles of papers which Pierre, in an ill hour, so frantically destroyed in the chamber of the inn, were two large packages of letters, densely written, and in many cases inscribed crosswise throughout with red ink upon black, so that the love in those letters was 2 layers deep, and one pen and one pigment were insufficient to paint it. The first package contained the letters of Glen to Pierre, the other those of Pierre to Glen, which, just prior to Glen's departure for Europe, Pierre had obtained from him in order to reread them in his absence, and so fortify himself the more in his affection by reviving reference to the young, ardent hours of its earliest manifestations. But as the advancing fruit itself extrudes the beautiful blossom, so in many cases does the eventual love for the other sex forever dismiss the preliminary love-friendship of boys. The mere outer friendship may, in some degree, greater or less, survive, but the singular love in it has perishingly dropped away. If, in the eye of unyielding reality and truth, the earthly heart of man do indeed ever fix upon some one woman, to whom alone thenceforth eternally to be a devotee, without a single shadow of the misgiving of its faith, and who, to him, does perfectly embody his finest, loftiest dream of feminine loveliness, if this indeed be so, and may heaven grant that it be, nevertheless, in metropolitan cases, the love of the most single-eyed lover almost invariably is nothing more than the ultimate settling of innumerable wandering glances upon some one specific object, as admonished that the wonderful scope and variety of female loveliness, if too long suffered to sway us without decision, shall finally confound all power of selection. The confirmed bachelor is, in America at least, quite as often the victim of a too profound appreciation of the infinite charmingness of woman as made solitary for life by the legitimate empire of a cold and tasteless temperament. Though the peculiar heart-longings pertaining to his age had at last found their glowing response in the bosom of Lucy, yet for some period prior to that, Pierre had not been insensible to the miscellaneous promptings of the passion, so that even before he became a declarative lover, love had yet made him her general votary, and so already there had gradually come a cooling over that ardent sentiment which in earlier years he had cherished for Glen. All round and round does the world lie as in a sharp-shooter's ambush, to pick off the beautiful illusions of youth by the pitiless cracking rifles of the realities of the age. If the general love for women had in Pierre sensibly modified his particular sentiment toward Glen, neither had the thousand nameless fascinations of the then brilliant paradises of France and Italy failed to exert their seductive influence on many of the previous feelings of Glen. For, as the very best advantages of life are not without some envious drawback, so it is among the evils of enlarged foreign travel that in young and unsullied minds it dislodges some of the finest feelings of the home-born nature, replacing them with a fastidious superciliousness which, like the alleged bigoted federalism of old times, would not, according to a political legend, grind its daily coffee in any mill save of European manufacture, and was satirically said to have thought of importing European air for domestic consumption. The mutually curtailed lessening, long postponed, and at last altogether ceasing letters of Pierre and Glen were the melancholy attestations of a fact, which perhaps neither of them took very severely to heart, as certainly concerning it, neither took the other to task. In the earlier periods of that strange transition from the generous impulsiveness of youth to the provident circumspectness of age, there generally intervenes a brief pause of unpleasant reconsidering, when, finding itself all wide of its former spontaneous self, the soul hesitates to commit itself wholly to selfishness, more than repents its wanderings, yet all this is but transient, and again hurried on by the swift current of life, the prompt-hearted boy scarce longer is to be recognized in matured man, very slow to feel, deliberate even in love, and statistical even in piety. During the sway of this peculiar period, the boy shall still make some strenuous efforts to retrieve his departing spontaneities, But so alloyed are all such endeavours with the incipiencies of selfishness that they were best not made at all, since too often they seem but empty and self-deceptive sallies, or still worse, the merest hypocritical assumptions. Upon the return of Glen from abroad, the commonest courtesy, not to say the blood relation between them, prompted Pierre to welcome him home with a letter which, though not over-long and little enthusiastic, still breathed a spirit of cousinly consideration and kindness, pervadingly touched by the then naturally frank and all-attractive spirit of Pierre. To this, the less earnest and now Europeanized Glen had replied in a letter all sudden suavity, and in a strain of artistic artlessness mourned the apparent decline of their friendship, yet fondly trusted that now, notwithstanding their long separation, it would revive with added sincerity. Yet, upon accidentally fixing his glance upon the opening salutation of this delicate missive, Pierre thought he perceived certain, not wholly disguisable, chirographic tokens that the "My very dear Pierre," with which the letter seemed to have begun, had originally been written "Dear Pierre," but that, when all was concluded and Glen's signature put to it, then the ardent words "My very" had been prefixed to the reconsidered "Dear Pierre," a casual supposition which possibly, however unfounded, materially retarded any answering warmth in Pierre, lest his generous flame should only embrace a flaunted feather. Nor was this idea altogether unreinforced, when, on the reception of a second and now half-business letter, of which mixed sort nearly all the subsequent ones were, from Glen he found that the "My very dear Pierre" had already retreated into "My dear Pierre," and on a third occasion into "Dear Pierre," and on a fourth had made a forced and very spirited advance march up to "My dearest Pierre," all of which fluctuations augured ill for the determinateness of that love which, however immensely devoted to one cause, could yet hoist and sail under the flags of all nations. Nor could he but now applaud a still subsequent letter from Glen, which abruptly, and almost with apparent indecorousness, under the circumstances commenced the strain of friendship without any overture of salutation whatever, as if at last, owing to its infinite delicateness, entirely hopeless of precisely defining the nature of their mystical love, Glen chose rather to leave that precise definition to the sympathetical heart and imagination of Pierre, while he himself would go on to celebrate the general relation by many a sugared sentence of miscellaneous devotion. It was a little curious and rather sardonically diverting to compare these masterly, yet not wholly successful, and indeterminate tactics of the accomplished Glen with the unfaltering stream of beloved Pierre's, which not only flowed along the top margin of all his earlier letters, but here and there, from their subterranean channel, flashed out in bright intervals through all the succeeding lines. Nor had the chance recollection of these things at all restrained the reckless hand of Pierre when he threw the whole package of letters, both new and old, into that most honest and summary of all elements, which is neither a respecter of persons nor a finical critic of what matter of writings it burns, but, like ultimate truth itself, of which it is the eloquent symbol, consumes all, and only consumes. When the betrothment of Pierre to Lucy had become an acknowledged thing, the courtly Glen, besides the customary felicitations upon that event, had not omitted so fit an opportunity to re-tender to his cousin all his previous jars of honey and treacle, accompanied by additional boxes of candied citron and plums. Pierre thanked him kindly, but in certain little roguish ambiguities begged leave, on the ground of cloying, to return him enclosed by far the greater portion of his present, whose non-substantialness was allegorically typified in the containing letter itself, prepaid with only the usual postage. True love, as everyone knows, will still withstand many repulses, even though rude. But whether it was the love or the politeness of Glen which on this occasion proved invincible is a matter we will not discuss. Certain it was that, quite undaunted, Glen nobly returned to the charge, and in a very prompt and unexpected answer extended to Pierre all the courtesies of the general city and all the hospitalities of 5 sumptuous chambers, which he and his luxurious environments contrived nominally to occupy in the most fashionable private hotel of a very opulent town. Nor did Glen rest here, but like Napoleon now seemed bent upon gaining the battle by throwing all his regiments upon one point of attack, and gaining that point at all hazards. Hearing of some rumour at the tables of his relatives that the day was being fixed for the positive nuptials of Pierre, Glen called all his Parisian portfolios for his rosiest sheet, and with scented ink and a pen of gold, indited a most burnished and redolent letter, which, after invoking all the blessings of Apollo and Venus, and the 9 muses, and the cardinal virtues upon the coming event, concluded at last with a really magnificent testimonial to his love. According to this letter, among his other real estate in the city, Glen had inherited a very charming little old house, completely furnished in the style of the last century, in a quarter of the city which, though now not so garishly fashionable as of yore, still in its quiet secludedness possessed great attractions for the retired billings and cooings of a honeymoon. Indeed, he begged leave now to christen it the Couerie, and if, after his wedding jaunt, Pierre would deign to visit the city with his bride for a month or two's sojourn, then the Couerie would be but too happy in affording him a harbour. His sweet cousin need be under no apprehension. Owing to the absence of any fit applicant for it, the house had now long been without a tenant, save an old confidential bachelor clerk of his father's, who, on a nominal rent, and more by way of safe keeping to the house than anything else, was now hanging up his well-furbished hat in its hall. This accommodating old clerk would quickly unpeg his beaver at the first hint of new occupants. Glen would charge himself with supplying the house in advance with a proper retinue of servants. Fires would be made in the long unoccupied chambers. The venerable, grotesque old mahoganies and marbles and mirror frames and mouldings could be very soon dusted and burnished. The kitchen was amply provided with the necessary utensils for cooking. The strong box of old silver, immemorially pertaining to the mansion, could be readily carted round from the vaults of the neighbouring bank, while the hampers of old china, still retained in the house, needed but little trouble to unpack, so that silver and china would soon stand assorted in their appropriate closets. At the turning of a faucet in the cellar, the best of the city's water would not fail to contribute its ingredient to the concocting of a welcoming glass of negus before retiring on the first night of their arrival. The over-fastidiousness of some unhealthy critical minds, as well as the moral pusillanimity of others, equally bars the acceptance of effectually substantial favours from persons whose motive in proffering them is not altogether clear and unimpeachable, and toward whom, perhaps, some prior coolness or indifference has been shown. But when the acceptance of such a favour would be really convenient and desirable to the one party, and completely unattended with any serious distress to the other, there would seem to be no sensible objection to an immediate embrace of the offer. And when the acceptor is in rank and fortune the general equal of the profferer, and perhaps his superior, so that any courtesy he receives can be amply returned in the natural course of future events, then all motives to decline are very materially lessened. And as for the 1,000 inconceivable finicalnesses of small pros and cons about imaginary fitnesses and proprieties and self-consistencies, thank heaven, in the hour of heart hell, none such shilly-shallying sail-trimmers ever balk the onward course of a bluff-minded man. He takes the world as it is, and carelessly accommodates himself to its whimsical humours, nor ever feels any compunction at receiving the greatest possible favours from those who are as able to grant as free to bestow. He himself bestows upon occasion, so that, at bottom, common charity steps in to dictate a favourable consideration for all possible profferings, seeing that the acceptance shall only the more enrich him indirectly for new and larger benefices of his own. And as for those who no ways pretend with themselves to regulate their deportment by considerations of genuine benevolence, and to whom such courteous profferings hypocritically come from persons whom they suspect for secret enemies, then to such minds not only will their own worldly tactics at once forbid the uncivil blank repulse of such offers, but if they are secretly malicious as well as frigid, or if they are at all capable of being fully gratified by the sense of concealed superiority and mastership, which precious few men are, then how delightful for such persons, under the guise of mere acquiescence in his own voluntary civilities, to make genteel use of their foe. For one would like to know what were foes made for except to be used. In the rude ages men hunted and javelined the tiger, because they hated him for a mischief-minded wild beast. But in these enlightened times, though we love the tiger as little as ever, still we mostly hunt him for the sake of his skin. A wise man, then, will wear his tiger, every morning put on his tiger for a robe to keep him warm and adorn him. In this view, foes are far more desirable than friends. For who would hunt and kill his own faithful, affectionate dog for the sake of his skin? And is a dog's skin as valuable as a tiger's? Cases there are where it becomes soberly advisable, by direct arts, to convert some well-wishers into foes. It is false that in point of policy a man should never make enemies. As well-wishers, some men may not only be nugatory, but positive obstacles in your peculiar plans. But as foes, you may subordinately cement them into your general design. But into these ulterior refinements of cool Tuscan policy, Pierre as yet had never become initiated, his experiences hitherto not having been varied and ripe enough for that. Besides, he had altogether too much generous blood in his heart. Nevertheless, thereafter, in a less immature hour, though still he shall not have the heart to practice upon such maxims as the above, yet shall he have the brain thoroughly to comprehend their practicability, which is not always the case. And generally, in worldly wisdom, men will deny to one the possession of all insight, which one does not by his everyday outward life practically reveal. It is a very common error of some unscrupulously infidel-minded, selfish, unprincipled, or downright knavish men to suppose that believing men, or benevolent-hearted men, or good men do not know enough to be unscrupulously selfish, do not know enough to be unscrupulous knaves. And thus, thanks to the world, are there many spies in the world's camp who are mistaken for strolling simpletons. And these strolling simpletons seem to act upon the principle that in certain things we do not so much learn by showing that already we know a vast deal as by negatively seeming rather ignorant. But here we press upon the frontiers of that sort of wisdom which it is very well to possess, but not sagacious to show that you possess. Still, men there are who, having quite done with the world, all its mere worldly contents, are become so far indifferent that they care little of what mere worldly imprudence they may be guilty. Now, if it were not conscious considerations like the really benevolent or neutral ones first mentioned above, it was certainly something akin to them which had induced Pierre to return a straightforward, manly, and entire acceptance to his cousin of the offer of the house, thanking him over and over for his most supererogatory kindness concerning the pre-engagement of servants and so forth, and the setting in order of the silver and china, but reminding him, nevertheless, that he had overlooked all special mention of wines, and begged him to store the bins with a few of the very best brands. He would likewise be obliged if he would personally purchase at a certain celebrated grocer's a small bag of undoubted mocha coffee. But Glenn need not order it to be roasted or ground, because Pierre preferred that both those highly important and flavour-deciding operations should be performed instantaneously previous to the final boiling and serving. Nor did he say that he would pay for the wines and the mocha. He contented himself with merely stating the remissness of the part of his cousin and pointing out the best way of remedying it. He concluded his letter by intimating that though the rumour of a set day and a near one for his nuptials was unhappily but ill-founded, yet he would not hold Glen's generous offer as merely based upon that presumption, and consequently falling with it, but on the contrary would consider it entirely good for whatever time it might prove available to Pierre. He was betrothed beyond a peradventure, and hoped to be married ere death. Meanwhile, Glen would further oblige him by giving the confidential clerk a standing notice to quit. Though at first quite amazed at this letter, for indeed his offer might possibly have proceeded as much from ostentatious as anything else, nor had he dreamed of so unhesitating an acceptance, Pierre's cousin was too much of a precious young man of the world, disclosedly to take it in any other than a very friendly and cousinly and humorous and yet practical way, which he plainly evinced by a reply for more sincere and every creditable, apparently both to his heart and head, than any letter he had written to Pierre since the days of their boyhood. And thus, by the bluffness and in some sort uncompunctiousness of Pierre, this very artificial youth was well betrayed into an act of effective kindness, being forced now to drop the empty mask of ostentation and put on the solid, hearty features of a genuine face. And just so are some people in the world to be joked into occasional effective goodness, when all coyness and coolness, all resentments, and all solemn preaching would fail. 2. But little would we comprehend the peculiar relation between Pierre and Glen, a relation involving in the end the most serious results, were there not here thrown over the whole equivocal preceding account of it another and more comprehensive equivocalness, which shall absorb all minor ones in itself, and so make one pervading ambiguity the only possible explanation for all the ambiguous details. It had long been imagined by Pierre that prior to his own special devotion to Lucy, the splendid Glen had not been entirely insensible to her surprising charms. Yet this conceit in its incipiency he knew not how to account for. Assuredly his cousin had never in the slightest conceivable hint betrayed it, and as for Lucy, the same intuitive delicacy which forever forbade Pierre to question her on the subject did equally close her own voluntary lips. Between Pierre and Lucy, delicateness put her sacred signet on this chest of secrecy, which, like the wax of an executor upon a desk, though capable of being melted into nothing but the smallest candle, for all this, still possesses to the reverent the prohibitive virtue of inexorable bars and bolts. If Pierre superficially considered the deportment of Glen toward him, therein he could find no possible warrant for indulging the suspicious idea. Doth jealousy smile so benignantly, and offer its house to the bride? Still, on the other hand, to quit the mere surface of the deportment of Glen, and penetrate beneath its brocaded vesture, there Pierre sometimes seemed to see the long-lurking and yet unhealed wound of all a rejected lover's most rankling detestation of a supplanting rival, only intensified by their former friendship and the unimpairable blood relation between them. Now, viewed by the light of this master solution, all the singular enigmas in Glen, his capriciousness in the matter of the epistolary, dear Pierre's and dearest Pierre's, the mercurial fall from the fever heat of cordiality to below the zero of indifference, then the contrary rise to fever heat, and, above all, his emphatic redundancy of devotion so soon as the positive espousals of Pierre seemed on the point of consummation. Thus read, all these riddles apparently found their cunning solution. For the deeper that some men feel a secret and poignant feeling, the higher they pile the belying surfaces. The friendly deportment of Glen then was to be considered as in direct proportion to his hoarded hate, and the climax of that hate was evinced in throwing open his house to the bride. Yet, if hate was the abstract cause, hate could not be the immediate motive of the conduct of Glen. Is hate so hospitable? The immediate motive of Glen then must be the intense desire to disguise from the wide world a fact unspeakably humiliating to his gold-laced and haughty soul, the fact that in the profoundest desire of his heart, Pierre had so victoriously supplanted him. Yet was it that very artful deportment in Glen, which Glen profoundly assumed to this grand end, that consummately artful deportment it was, which first obtruded upon Pierre the surmise which, by that identical method, his cousin was so absorbedly intent upon rendering impossible to him. Hence, we here see that as in the negative way, the secrecy of any strong emotion is exceedingly difficult to be kept lastingly private to one's own bosom by any human being, so it is one of the most fruitless undertakings in the world to attempt by affirmative assumptions to tender to men the precisely opposite emotion as yours. Therefore, the final wisdom decrees that if you have aught which you desire to keep a secret to yourself, be a quietist there, and do and say nothing at all about it. For among all the poor chances, this is the least poor. Pretensions and substitutions are only the recourse of undergraduates in the science of the world, in which science, on his own ground, my Lord Chesterfield is the poorest possible preceptor. The earliest instinct of the child and the ripest experience of age unite in affirming simplicity to be the truest and profoundest part for man. Likewise, this simplicity is so universal and all-containing as a rule for human life that the subtlest bad man and the purest good man, as well as the profoundest wise man, do all alike present it on that side which they socially turn to the inquisitive and unscrupulous world. 3. Now the matter of the house had remained in precisely the above-stated awaiting predicament down to the time of Pierre's great life revolution, the receipt of Isabel's letter. And though, indeed, Pierre could not but naturally hesitate at still accepting the use of the dwelling under the widely different circumstances in which he now found himself, and though at first the strongest possible spontaneous objections on the ground of personal independence, pride, and general scorn, all clamorously declared in his breast against such a course, yet finally the same uncompunctious, ever-adaptive sort of motive which had induced his original acceptation prompted him in the end still to maintain it unrevoked. It would at once set him at rest from all immediate tribulations of mere bed and board, and by affording him a shelter for an indefinite term, enable him the better to look about him and consider what could best be done to further the permanent comfort of those whom fate had entrusted to his charge. Irrespective, it would seem, of that wide general awaking of his profounder being, consequent upon the extraordinary trials he had so aggressively encountered of late, the thought was indignantly suggested to him that the world must indeed be organically despicable if it held that an offer superfluously accepted in the hour of his abundance should now be rejected in that of his utmost need. And without at all imputing any singularity of benevolent mindedness to his cousin, he did not for a moment question that under the changed aspect of affairs, Glen would at least pretend the more eagerly to welcome him to the house, now that the mere thing of apparent courtesy had become transformed into something like a thing of positive and urgent necessity. When Pierre also considered that not himself only was concerned, but likewise two peculiarly helpless fellow beings, one of them bound to him from the first by the most sacred ties, and lately inspiring an emotion which passed all human precedent in its mixed and mystical import. These added considerations completely overthrew in Pierre all remaining dictates of his vague pride and false independence, if such indeed had ever been his. Though the interval elapsing between his decision to depart with his companions for the city and his actual start in the coach had not enabled him to receive any replying word from his cousin, and though Pierre knew better than to expect it, yet a preparative letter to him he had sent, and did not doubt that this proceeding would prove well advised in the end. In naturally strong-minded men, however young and inexperienced in some things, those great and sudden emergencies, which but confound the timid and the weak, only serve to call forth all their generous latentness, and teach them, as by inspiration, extraordinary maxims of conduct whose counterpart in other men is only the result of a long, variously tried and painstaking life. One of those maxims is, that when, through whatever cause, we are suddenly translated from opulence to need, or from a fair fame to a foul, and straightway it becomes necessary not to contradict the thing, so far at least as the mere imputation goes, to some one previously entertaining high conventional regard for us, and from whom we would now solicit some genuine helping offices, then all explanation or palliation should be scorned. Promptness, boldness, utter gladiatorianism, and a defiant non-humility should mark every syllable we breathe and every line we trace. The preparative letter of Pierre to Glenn plunged at once into the very heart of the matter, and was perhaps the briefest letter he had ever written him. Though by no means are such characteristics invariable exponents of the predominant mood or general disposition of a man, since so accidental a thing as a numb finger, or a bad quill, or poor ink, or squalid paper, or a rickety desk may produce all sorts of modifications, yet, in the present instance, the handwriting of Pierre happened plainly to attest and corroborate the spirit of his communication. The sheet was large, but the words were placarded upon it in heavy though rapid lines, only 6 or 8 to the page. And as the footman of a haughty visitor, some count or duke, announces the chariot of his lord by a thunderous knock on the portal, so to Glenn did Pierre, in the broad, sweeping, and prodigious superscription of his letter, forewarn him what manner of man was on the road. In the moment of strong feeling, a wonderful condensitiveness points the tongue and pen, so that ideas, then enunciated sharp and quick as minute guns, in some other hour of unruffledness or unstimulatedness, require considerable time and trouble to verbally recall. Not here and now can we set down the precise contents of Pierre's letter, without a tautology illy doing justice to the ideas themselves. And though indeed the dread of tautology be the continual torment of some earnest minds, and, as such, is surely a weakness in them, and though no wise man will wonder at conscientious Virgil, all eager at death, to burn his Aeneid for a monstrous heap of inefficient superfluity, yet not to dread tautology at times only belongs to those enviable dunces whom the partial God hath blessed over all the earth with the inexhaustible self-riches of vanity and folly, and a blind self-complacency. Some rumour of the discontinuance of his betrothment to Lucy Tartan, of his already consummated marriage with a poor and friendless orphan, of his mother's disowning him consequent upon these events, such rumours, Pierre now wrote to his cousin, would very probably, in the parlours of his city relatives and acquaintances, precede his arrival in town. But he hinted no word of any possible commentary on these things. He simply went on to say that now, through the fortune of life, which was but the proverbially unreliable fortune of war, he was, for the present, thrown entirely upon his own resources, both for his own support and that of his wife, as well as for the temporary maintenance of a girl whom he had lately had excellent reason for taking under his especial protection. He proposed a permanent residence in the city, not without some nearly quite settled plans as to the procuring of a competent income, without any ulterior reference to any member of their wealthy and widely ramified family. The house, whose temporary occupancy Glenn had before so handsomely proffered him, would now be doubly and trebly desirable to him. But the pre-engaged servants, and the old china, and the old silver, and the old wines, and the mocha were now become altogether unnecessary. Pierre would merely take the place, for a short interval, of the worthy old clerk, and, so far as Glen was concerned, simply stand guardian of the dwelling till his plans were matured. His cousin had originally made his most bounteous overture to welcome the coming of the presumed bride of Pierre, and though another lady had now taken her place at the altar, yet Pierre would still regard the offer of Glen as impersonal in that respect, and bearing equal reference to any young lady who should prove her claim to the possessed hand of Pierre. Since there was no universal law of opinion in such matters, Glen, on general worldly grounds, might not consider the real Mrs. Glendinning altogether so suitable a match for Pierre as he possibly might have held numerous other young ladies in his eye. Nevertheless, Glen would find her ready to return with sincerity all his cousinly regard and attention. In conclusion, Pierre said that he and his party meditated an immediate departure and would very probably arrive in town in 48 hours after the mailing of the present letter. He therefore begged Glen to see the more indispensable domestic appliances of the house set in some little order against their arrival, to have the rooms aired and lighted, and also forewarn the confidential clerk of what he might soon expect. Then, without any tapering sequel of "Yours very truly and faithfully, my dear cousin Glen," he finished the letter with the abrupt and isolated signature of Pierre. Book 16. First night of their arrival in the city. 1. The stage was belated. The country road they travelled entered the city by a remarkably wide and winding street, a great thoroughfare for its less opulent inhabitants. There was no moon and few stars. It was that preluding hour of the night when the shops are just closing, and the aspect of almost every wayfarer as he passes through the unequal light reflected from the windows speaks of one hurrying not abroad but homeward. Though the thoroughfare was winding, yet no sweep that it made greatly obstructed its long and imposing vista, so that when the coach gained the top of the long and very gradual slope running toward the obscure heart of the town, and the twinkling perspective of 2 long and parallel rows of lamps were revealed, lamps which seemed not so much intended to dispel the general gloom as to show some dim path leading through it into some gloom still deeper beyond. When the coach gained this critical point, the whole vast triangular town, for a moment, seemed dimly and despondently to capitulate to the eye. And now, ere descending the gradually sloping declivity, and just on its summit, as it were, the inmates of the coach, by numerous hard, painful joltings and ponderous, dragging trundlings, are suddenly made sensible of some great change in the character of the road. The coach seems rolling over cannonballs of all calibers. Grasping Pierre's arm, Isabel eagerly and forebodingly demands what is the cause of this most strange and unpleasant transition. "The pavements, Isabel. This is the town." Isabel was silent. But for the first time for many weeks, Delly voluntarily spoke. "It feels not so soft as the green sward, Master Pierre." "No, Miss Alva," said Pierre, very bitterly. "The buried hearts of some dead citizens have perhaps come to the surface." "Sir?" said Delly. "And are they so hard-hearted here?" asked Isabel. "Ask yonder pavements, Isabel. Milk dropped from the milkman's can in December freezes not more quickly on those stones than does snow-white innocence if, in poverty, it chanced to fall in these streets." "Then God help my hard fate, Master Pierre," sobbed Delly. "Why didst thou drag hither a poor outcast like me?" "Forgive me, Miss Alva," exclaimed Pierre, with sudden warmth and yet most marked respect. "Forgive me. Never yet have I entered the city by night, but somehow it made me feel both bitter and sad. Come, be cheerful. We shall soon be comfortably housed, and have our comfort all to ourselves. The old clerk I spoke to you about is now doubtless ruefully eyeing his hat on the peg. Come, cheer up, Isabel. 'Tis a long ride, but here we are at last. Come, 'tis not very far now to our welcome." "I hear a strange shuffling and clattering," said Delhi with a shudder. "Does not seem so light as just now," said Isabel. "Yes," returned Pierre. "It is the shop shutters being put on. It is the locking and bolting and barring of windows and doors. The townspeople are going to their rest." "Please God they may find it," sighed Delhi. "They lock and bar out, then, when they rest, do they, Pierre?" said Isabel. "Yes, and you were thinking that does not bode well for the welcome I spoke of." "Thou readest all my soul. Yes, I was thinking of that. But whither lead these long, narrow, dismal side looms we pass every now and then? What are they? They seem terribly still. I see scarce anybody in them. There's another now. See how haggardly looks its criss-cross far separate lamps. What are these side looms, dear Pierre? Whither lead they?" "They are the thin tributaries, sweet Isabel, to the great Orinoco thoroughfare we are in, and like true tributaries they come from the far hidden places, from under dark beetling secrecies of mortar and stone, through the long marsh grasses of villainy, and by many a transplanted bow-beam where the wretched have hung." "I know nothing of these things, Pierre, but I like not the town. Thinkest thou, Pierre, the time will ever come when all the earth shall be paved?" "Thank God that never can be." "These silent side looms are horrible. Look, methinks not for the world would I turn into one." That moment the nigh fore-wheel sharply grated under the body of the coach. "Courage!" cried Pierre. "We are in it. Not so very solitary either. Here comes a traveller." "Hark! What is that?" said Delhi. "That keen iron ringing sound. It passed us just now." "The keen traveller," said Pierre. "He has steel plates to his boot heels. Some tender-souled elder son, I suppose." "Pierre," said Isabel, "this silence is unnatural, is fearful. The forests are never so still." "Because brick and mortar have deeper secrets than wood or fell, sweet Isabel. But here we turn again. Now, if I guess right, 2 more turns will bring us to the door. Courage, all will be well. Doubtless he has prepared a famous supper. Courage, Isabel. Come, shall it be tea or coffee? Some bread or crisp toast? We'll have eggs, too, and some cold chicken, perhaps." Then, muttering to himself, "I hope not that either no cold collations. There's too much of that in these paving stones here, set out for the famishing beggars to eat. No, I won't have the cold chicken." Then aloud, "But here we turn again, yes, just as I thought. Ho, driver," thrusting his head out of the window. "To the right, to the right. It should be on the right, the first house with a light on the right." "No lights yet but the streets," answered the surly voice of the driver. "Stupid, he has passed it. Yes, he has. Oh, stop, turn back. Have you not passed lighted windows?" "No lights but the streets," was the rough reply. "What's the number, the number? Don't keep me beating about here all night. The number, I say." "I do not know it," returned Pierre, "but I well know the house. You must have passed it, I repeat. You must turn back. Surely you have passed lighted windows?" "Then them lights must burn black. There's no lighted windows in the street. I knows the city. Old maids lives here, and they are all to bed. Rest is warehouses." "Will you stop the coach or not?" cried Pierre, now incensed at his surliness in continuing to drive on. "I obeys orders. The first house with a light, and according to my reckoning, though to be sure, I don't know nothing of the city where I was born and bred all my life. No, I knows nothing at all about it. According to my reckoning, the first light in this here street will be the watch-house of the ward. Yes, there it is, all right. Cheap lodgings you've engaged, nothing to pay and victuals in." To certain temperaments, especially when previously agitated by any deep feeling, there is perhaps nothing more exasperating, and which sooner explodes all self-command, than the coarse, jeering insolence of a porter, cabman, or hack driver. Fetchers and carriers of the worst city infamy, as many of them are professionally familiar with the most abandoned haunts, in the heart of misery they drive one of the most mercenary of all the trades of guilt. Day-dozers and sluggards on their lazy boxes in the sunlight, and felinely wakeful and cat-eyed in the dark, most habituated to midnight streets, only trod by sneaking burglars, wantons, and debauchees, often in actual pandering league with the most abhorrent sinks, so that they are equally solicitous and suspectful that every customer they encounter in the dark will prove a profligate or a knave. This hideous tribe of ogres and care-on ferrymen to corruption and death naturally slide into the most practically Calvinistical view of humanity, and hold every man at bottom a fit subject for the coarsest ribaldry and jest. Only fine coats and full pockets can whip such mangy hounds into decency. The least impatience, any quickness of temper, a sharp remonstrating word from a customer in a seedy coat, or betraying any other evidence of poverty, however minute and indirect, for in that pecuniary respect they are the most piercing and infallible of all the judges of men, will be almost sure to provoke in such cases their least endurable disdain. Perhaps it was the unconscious transfer to the stage driver of some such ideas as these which now prompted the highly irritated Pierre to an act which, in a more benignant hour, his better reason would have restrained him from. He did not see the light to which the driver had referred, and was heedless in his sudden wrath that the coach was now going slower in approaching it. Ere Isabel could prevent it, he burst open the door, and leaping to the pavement, sprang ahead of the horses and violently reined back the leaders by their heads. The driver seized his four-in-hand whip, and with a volley of oaths was about striking out its long, coiling lash at Pierre, when his arm was arrested by a policeman, who, suddenly leaping on the stage-coach, commanded him to keep the peace. "Speak! What is the difficulty here? Be quiet, ladies. Nothing serious has happened. Speak you." "Pierre, Pierre!" cried the alarmed Isabel. In an instant Pierre was at her side by the window, and now turning to the officer, explained to him that the driver had persisted in passing the house at which he was ordered to stop. "Then he shall turn to the right about with you, sir. In double-quick time, too, do you hear? I know you rascals well enough. Turn about, you, sir, and take the gentleman where he directed." The cowed driver was beginning a long string of criminating explanations, when, turning to Pierre, the policeman calmly desired him to re-enter the coach. He would see him safely at his destination, and then, seating himself beside the driver on the box, commanded him to tell the number given him by the gentleman. "He don't know no numbers. Didn't I say he didn't? That's what I got mad about." "Be still," said the officer. "Sir," turning round and addressing Pierre within, "where do you wish to go?" "I do not know the number, but it is a house in this street. We have passed it. It is, I think, the fourth or fifth house this side of the last corner we turned. It must be lighted up, too. It is the small, old-fashioned dwelling with stone lion heads above the windows. But make him turn round and drive slowly, and I will soon point it out." "Can't see lions in the dark," growled the driver. "Lions! Ha! Jackasses, more likely." "Look you," said the officer. "I shall see you tightly housed this night, my fine fellow, if you don't cease your jabber. Sir," he added, resuming with Pierre, "I am sure there is some mistake here. I perfectly well now know the house you mean. I passed it within the last half hour, all as quiet there as ever. No one lives there, I think. I never saw a light in it. Are you not mistaken in something, then?" Pierre paused in perplexity and foreboding. Was it possible that Glenn had wilfully and utterly neglected his letter? Not possible. But it might not have come to his hand. The mails sometimes delayed. Then again, it was not wholly out of the question that the house was prepared for them after all, even though it showed no outward sign. But that was not probable. At any rate, as the driver protested that his 4 horses and lumbering vehicle could not turn short round in that street, and that if he must go back, it could only be done by driving on and going round the block and so retracing his road, and as after such a procedure on his part, then in case of a confirmed disappointment respecting the house, the driver would seem warranted, at least in some of his unmannerliness, and as Pierre loathed the villain altogether, therefore, in order to run no such risks, he came to a sudden determination on the spot. "I owe you very much, my good friend," said he to the officer, for your timely assistance. To be frank, what you have just told me has indeed perplexed me not a little concerning the place where I propose to stop. Is there no hotel in this neighbourhood where I could leave these ladies while I seek my friend? Wanted to all manner of deceitfulness, and engaged in a calling which unavoidably makes one distrustful of mere appearances, however specious, however honest, the really good-hearted officer now eyed Pierre in the dubious light with a most unpleasant scrutiny, and he abandoned the "sir," and the tone of his voice sensibly changed as he replied, "There is no hotel in this neighbourhood. It is too off the thoroughfares." "Come, come," cried the driver, now growling bold again. "Though you're an officer, I'm a citizen for all that. You haven't any further right to keep me out of my bed now. He don't know where he wants to go, 'cause he ain't got no place at all to go to, so I'll just dump him here, and you daren't stay me." "Don't be impertinent now," said the officer, but not so sternly as before. "I'll have my rights, though, I tell you that. Leave go of my arm, damn ye. Get off the box. I've the law now. I say, mister, come tramp. Here goes your luggage." And so saying, he dragged toward him a light trunk on the top of the stage. "Keep a clean tongue in ye now," said the officer, "and don't be in quite so great a hurry." Then, addressing Pierre, who had now re-alighted from the coach, "Well, this can't continue. What do you intend to do?" "Not to ride further with that man, at any rate," said Pierre. "I will stop right here for the present." "He," laughed the driver. "He, 'mazing accommodating now. We itches now we do, stops right afore the watch-house. He, that's funny." "Off with the luggage then, driver," said the policeman. "Here, and the small trunk, and now away and unlash there behind." During all this scene, Delly had remained perfectly silent in her trembling and rustic alarm, while Isabel, by occasional cries to Pierre, had vainly besought some explanation. But though their complete ignorance of city life had caused Pierre's two companions to regard the scene thus far with too much trepidation, yet now, when in the obscurity of night and in the heart of a strange town, Pierre handed them out of the coach into the naked street, and they saw their luggage piled so near the white light of a watch-house, the same ignorance, in some sort, reversed its effects on them, for they little fancied in what really untoward and wretched circumstances they first touched the flagging of the city. As the coach lumbered off and went rolling into the wide murkiness beyond, Pierre spoke to the officer. "It's a rather strange accident, I confess, my friend, but strange accidents will sometimes happen." "In the best of families," rejoined the other, a little ironically. Now, I must not quarrel with this man, thought Pierre to himself, stung at the officer's tone, then said, "Is there anyone in your office?" "No one as yet, not late enough." "Will you have the kindness then to house these ladies there for the present, while I make haste to provide them with better lodgment? Lead on, if you please." The man seemed to hesitate a moment, but finally acquiesced, and soon they passed under the white light, and entered a large, plain, and most forbidding-looking room, with hacked wooden benches and bunks ranged along the sides, and a railing before a desk in one corner. The permanent keeper of the place was quietly reading a paper by the long central double bat's wing gaslight, and 3 officers off duty were nodding on a bench. "Not very liberal accommodations," said the officer quietly, "nor always the best of company, but we try to be civil. Be seated, ladies," politely drawing a small bench toward them. "Hello, my friends," said Pierre, approaching the nodding 3 beyond and tapping them on the shoulder. "Hello, I say. Will you do me a little favour? Will you help bring some trunks in from the street? I will satisfy you for your trouble, and be much obliged into the bargain." Instantly, the 3 noddies, used to sudden awakenings, opened their eyes and stared hard, and being further enlightened by the bat's wings and first officer, promptly brought in the luggage as desired. Pierre hurriedly sat down by Isabel, and in a few words gave her to understand that she was now in a perfectly secure place, however unwelcoming, that the officers would take every care of her while he made all possible speed in running to the house, and indubitably ascertaining how matters stood there. He hoped to be back in less than 10 minutes with good tidings. Explaining his intention to the first officer and begging him not to leave the girls till he should return, he forthwith sallied into the street. He quickly came to the house and immediately identified it, but all was profoundly silent and dark. He rang the bell, but no answer, and waiting long enough to be certain that either the house was indeed deserted, or else the old clerk was unawakeable or absent, and, at all events, certain that no slightest preparation had been made for their arrival, Pierre, bitterly disappointed, returned to Isabel with this most unpleasant information. Nevertheless, something must be done, and quickly. Turning to one of the officers, he begged him to go and seek a hack, that the whole party might be taken to some respectable lodging. But the man, as well as his comrades, declined the errand on the score that there was no stand on their beat, and they could not, on any account, leave their beat. So Pierre himself must go. He by no means liked to leave Isabel and Delhi again, on an expedition which might occupy some time. But there seemed no resource, and time now imperiously pressed. Communicating his intention, therefore, to Isabel, and again entreating the officer's particular services as before, and promising not to leave him unrequited, Pierre again sallied out. He looked up and down the street, and listened, but no sound of any approaching vehicle was audible. He ran on, and turning the first corner, bent his rapid steps towards the greatest and most central avenue of the city, assured that there, if anywhere, he would find what he wanted. It was some distance off, and he was not without hope that an empty hack would meet him ere he arrived there. But the few stray ones he encountered had all muffled fares. He continued on, and at last gained the great avenue. Not habitually used to such scenes, Pierre for a moment was surprised that the instant turned out of the narrow and dark and death-like by-street, he should find himself suddenly precipitated into the not yet repressed noise and contention, and all the garish night-life of a vast thoroughfare, crowded and wedged by day, and even now, at this late hour, brilliant with occasional illuminations, and echoing to very many swift wheels and footfalls. 2. I say, my pretty one, dear, dear young man, oh, love, you are in a vast hurry, ain't you? Can't you stop a bit now, my dear? Do, there's a sweet fellow. Pierre turned, and in the flashing, sinister, evil cross-lights of a druggist's window, his eye caught the person of a wonderfully beautifully featured girl, scarlet-cheeked, glaringly arrayed, and of a figure all natural grace but unnatural vivacity. Her whole form, however, was horribly lit by the green and yellow rays from the druggists. My God, shuddered Pierre, hurrying forward, the town's first welcome to youth. He was just crossing over to where a line of hacks were drawn up against the opposite curb when his eye was arrested by a short, gilded name, rather reservedly and aristocratically denominating a large and very handsome house, the second story of which was profusely lighted. He looked up, and was very certain that in this house were the apartments of Glen. Yielding to a sudden impulse, he mounted the single step toward the door and rang the bell, which was quickly responded to by a very civil black. As the door opened, he heard the distant interior sound of dancing music and merriment. Is Mr. Stanley in? Mr. Stanley, yes, but he's engaged. How? He is somewhere in the drawing-rooms. My mistress is giving a party to the lodgers. Aye. Tell Mr. Stanley I wish to see him for 1 moment, if you please. Only 1 moment. I dare not call him, sir. He said that possibly someone might call for him tonight. They are calling every night for Mr. Stanley, but I must admit no one on the plea of the party. A dark and bitter suspicion now darted through the mind of Pierre, and ungovernably yielding to it, and resolved to prove or falsify it without delay, he said to the black, My business is pressing. I must see Mr. Stanley. I'm sorry, sir, but orders are orders. I am his particular servant here, the one that sees his silver every holy day. I can't disobey him. May I shut the door, sir, for as it is I cannot admit you. The drawing-rooms are on the second floor, are they not? Said Pierre quietly. Yes, said the black, pausing in surprise and holding the door. Yonder are the stairs, I think. That way, sir, but this is yours. And the now suspicious black was just on the point of closing the portal violently upon him when Pierre thrust him suddenly aside and, springing up the long stairs, found himself facing an open door, from whence proceeded a burst of combined brilliancy and melody, doubly confusing to one just emerged from the street. But bewildered and all demented, as he momentarily felt, he instantly stalked in and confounded the amazed company with his unremoved slouched hat, pale cheek, and whole dusty, travel-stained, and ferocious aspect. "Mr. Stanley, where is Mr. Stanley?" he cried, advancing straight through a startled quadrille, while all the music suddenly hushed and every eye was fixed in vague affright upon him. "Mr. Stanley, Mr. Stanley," cried several bladish voices, toward the further end of the further drawing-room, into which the first one widely opened. "Here is a most peculiar fellow after you. Who the devil is he?" "I think I see him," replied a singularly cool, deliberate, and rather drawling voice, yet a very silvery one, and at bottom perhaps a very resolute one. "I think I see him. Stand aside, my good fellow, will you? Ladies, remove from between me and yonder hat." The polite compliance of the company thus addressed now revealed to the advancing Pierre the tall, robust figure of a remarkably splendid-looking and brown-bearded young man, dressed with surprising plainness, almost demureness, for such an occasion. But this plainness of his dress was not so obvious at first, the material was so fine and admirably fitted. He was carelessly lounging in a half sidelong attitude upon a large sofa, and appeared as if but just interrupted in some very agreeable chat with a diminutive but vivacious brunette occupying the other end. The dandy and the man, strength and effeminacy, courage and indolence, were so strangely blended in this superb-eyed youth that at first it seemed impossible to decide whether there was any genuine metal in him or not. Some years had gone by since the cousins had met, years peculiarly productive of the greatest conceivable changes in the general personal aspect of human beings. Nevertheless, the eye seldom alters. The instant their eyes met, they mutually recognized each other, but both did not betray the recognition. "Glenn!" cried Pierre, and paused a few steps from him. But the superb-eyed only settled himself lower down in his lounging attitude, and slowly withdrawing a small, unpretending, and unribboned glass from his vest pocket, steadily, yet not entirely insultingly, notwithstanding the circumstances, scrutinized Pierre. Then, dropping his glass, turned slowly round upon the gentleman near him, saying in the same peculiar mixed and musical voice as before, "I do not know him. It is an entire mistake. Why don't the servants take him out and the music go on? As I was saying, Miss Clara, the statues you saw in the Louvre are not to be mentioned with those in Florence and Rome. Why, there now is that vaunted chef-d'oeuvre, the fighting gladiator of the Louvre." "Fighting gladiator it is?" yelled Pierre, leaping toward him like Spartacus. But the savage impulse in him was restrained by the alarmed female shrieks and wild gestures around him. As he paused, several gentlemen made motions to pinion him, but shaking them off fiercely, he stood erect and isolated for an instant, and fastening his glance upon his still reclining and apparently unmoved cousin, thus spoke. "Glendenning Stanley, thou disownest Pierre not so abhorrently as Pierre does thee. By heaven, had I a knife, Glen, I could prick thee on the spot. Let out all thy Glendenning blood, and then sew up the vile remainder. Hound and base blot upon the general humanity." "This is very extraordinary. Remarkable case of combined imposture and insanity. But where are the servants? Why don't that black advance? Lead him out, my good dog, lead him out. Carefully, stay," putting his hand in his pocket. "There, take that, and have the poor fellow driven off somewhere." Bolting his rage in him, as impossible to be sated by any conduct in such a place, Pierre now turned, sprang down the stairs, and fled the house. 3. Hack, sir, hack, sir, hack, sir. Cab, sir, cab, sir, cab, sir. This way, sir, this way, sir, this way, sir. He's a rogue, not him, he's a rogue. Pierre was surrounded by a crowd of contending hackmen, all holding long whips in their hands, while others eagerly beckoned to him from their boxes, where they sat elevated between their two coach lamps like shabby discarded saints. The whip stalks thickened around him, and several reports of the cracking lashes sharply sounded in his ears. Just bursting from a scene so goading as his interview with the scornful Glen in the dazzling drawing-room, to Pierre this sudden tumultuous surrounding of him by whip-stalks and lashes seemed like the onset of the chastising fiends upon Orestes. But breaking away from them, he seized the first plated door-handle near him, and, leaping into the hack, shouted for whoever was the keeper of it to mount his box forthwith and drive off in a given direction. The vehicle had proceeded some way down the great avenue when it paused, and the driver demanded whither now, what place. The watch-house of the ward, cried Pierre. Aye, aye, going to deliver himself up, eh? Grinned the fellow to himself. Well, that's a sort of honest anyway. Galang, you dogs, wished we were, galang. The sights and sounds which met the eye of Pierre on re-entering the watch-house filled him with inexpressible horror and fury. The before decent, drowsy place now fairly reeked with all things unseemly. Hardly possible was it to tell what conceivable cause or occasion had, in the comparatively short absence of Pierre, collected such a base of congregation. In indescribable disorder, frantic, diseased-looking men and women of all colours, and in all imaginable flaunting, immodest, grotesque, and shattered dresses, were leaping, yelling, and cursing around him. The torn madras handkerchiefs of negresses, and the red gowns of yellow girls hanging in tatters from their naked bosoms, mixed with the rent dresses of deep rouged white women, and the split coats, checkered vests, and protruding shirts of pale or whiskered or haggard or moustached fellows of all nations, some of whom seemed scared from their beds, and others seemingly arrested in the midst of some crazy and wanton dance. On all sides were heard drunken male and female voices, in English, French, Spanish, and Portuguese, interlarded now and then with the foulest of all human lingos, that dialect of sin and death, known as the cant language, or the flash. Running among this combined babble of persons and voices, several of the police were vainly striving to still the tumult, while others were busy handcuffing the more desperate, and here and there the distracted wretches, both men and women, gave downright battle to the officers, and still others, already handcuffed, struck out at them with their joined ironed arms. Meanwhile, words and phrases, unrepeatable in God's sunlight, and whose very existence was utterly unknown and undreamed of by tens of thousands of the decent people of the city, syllables obscene and accursed were shouted forth in tones plainly evincing that they were the common household breath of the utterers. The thieves' quarters, and all the brothels, lock and sin hospitals for incurables, and infirmaries and infernos of hell seemed to have been made one combined sortie, and poured out upon earth through the vile vomitory of some unmentionable cellar. Though the hitherto imperfect and casual city experiences of Pierre illy fitted him entirely to comprehend the specific purport of this terrific spectacle, still he knew enough by hearsay of the more infamous life of the town to imagine from whence and who were the objects before him. But all his consciousness at the time was absorbed by the one horrified thought of Isabel and Delhi, forced to witness a sight hardly endurable for Pierre himself, or possibly sucked into the tumult and in close personal contact with its loathsomeness. Rushing into the crowd, regardless of the random blows and curses he encountered, he wildly sought for Isabel, and soon descried her struggling from the delirious reaching arms of a half-clad, reeling whiskerando. With an immense blow of his mailed fist, he sent the wretch humming, and seizing Isabel, cried out to two officers near to clear a path for him to the door. They did so, and in a few minutes the panting Isabel was safe in the open air. He would have stayed by her, but she conjured him to return for Delhi, exposed to worse insults than herself. An additional posse of officers now approaching, Pierre committing her to the care of one of them, and summoning two others to join himself, now he re-entered the room. In another quarter of it, he saw Delhi seized on each hand by two bleared and half-bloody women, who with fiendish grimaces were ironically twitting her upon her close-necked dress, and had already stripped her handkerchief from her. She uttered a cry of mixed anguish and joy at the sight of him, and Pierre soon succeeded in returning with her to Isabel. During the absence of Pierre in quest of the hack, and while Isabel and Delhi were quietly awaiting his return, the door had suddenly burst open, and a detachment of the police drove in and caged the entire miscellaneous night occupants of a notorious stew which they had stormed and carried during the height of some outrageous orgy. The first sight of the interior of the watch-house, and their being so quickly huddled together within its four blank walls, had suddenly lashed the mob into frenzy, so that for the time, oblivious of all other considerations, the entire force of the police was directed to the quelling of the indoor riot, and consequently abandoned to their own protection, Isabel and Delhi had been temporarily left to its mercy. It was no time for Pierre to manifest his indignation at the officer, even if he could now find him, who had thus falsified his individual pledge concerning the precious charge committed to him. Nor was it any time to distress himself about his luggage, still somewhere within. Quitting all, he thrust the bewildered and half-lifeless girls into the waiting hack, which, by his orders, drove back in the direction of the stand where Pierre had first taken it up. When the coach had rolled them well away from the tumult, Pierre stopped it and said to the man that he desired to be taken to the nearest respectable hotel or boarding-house of any kind that he knew of. The fellow, maliciously diverted by what had happened thus far, made some ambiguous and rudely merry rejoinder. But warned by his previous rash quarrel with the stage-driver, Pierre passed this unnoticed, and in a controlled, calm, decided manner repeated his directions. The issue was that after a rather roundabout drive, they drew up in a very respectable side street, before a large, respectable-looking house, illuminated by two tall white lights flanking its portico. Pierre was glad to notice that some little remaining stir within, spite of the comparative lateness of the hour. A bare-headed, tidily dressed, and very intelligent-looking man, with a broom clothes-brush in his hand, appearing scrutinized him rather sharply at first, but as Pierre advanced further into the light, and his countenance became visible, the man, assuming a respectful but still slightly perplexed air, invited the whole party into a closely adjoining parlour, whose disordered chairs and general dustiness evinced that, after a day's activity, it now awaited the morning offices of the housemaids. "Baggage, sir?" "I have left my baggage at another place," said Pierre. "I shall send for it tomorrow." "Ah," exclaimed the very intelligent-looking man rather dubiously. "Shall I discharge the hack, then?" "Stay," said Pierre, bethinking him that it would be well not to let the man know from whence they had last come. "I will discharge it myself, thank you." So, returning to the sidewalk without debate, he paid the hackman an exorbitant fare, who, anxious to secure such illegal gains beyond all hope of recovery, quickly mounted his box and drove off at a gallop. "Will you step into the office, sir, now?" said the man, slightly flourishing with his brush. "This way, sir, if you please." Pierre followed him into an almost deserted, dimly lit room with a stand in it. Going behind the stand, the man turned round to him a large ledger-like book, thickly inscribed with names, like any directory, and offered him a pen ready dipped in ink. Understanding the general hint, though secretly irritated at something in the manner of the man, Pierre drew the book to him and wrote in a firm hand at the bottom of the last named column, Mr. and Mrs. Pierre Glendinning and Miss Ulver. The man glanced at the writing inquiringly, and then said, The other column, sir, where from? True, said Pierre, and wrote, Saddle Meadows. The very intelligent-looking man re-examined the page, and then slowly stroking his shaven chin with a fork made of his thumb for one tine and his united forefingers for the other, said softly and whisperingly, Anywheres in this country, sir? Yes, in the country, said Pierre, evasively, and bridling his ire. But now show me 2 chambers, will you? The one for myself and wife I desire to have opening into another, a third one, never mind how small, but I must have a dressing-room. Dressing-room? Repeated the man, in an ironically deliberative voice. Dressing-room? You will have your luggage taken into the dressing-room, then, I suppose. Oh, I forgot, your luggage ain't come yet. Ah, yes, luggage is coming tomorrow. Oh, yes, certainly, tomorrow, of course. By the way, sir, I dislike to seem at all uncivil, and I am sure you will not deem me so, but— Well, said Pierre, mustering all his self-command for the coming impertinence. When stranger gentlemen come to this house without luggage, we think ourselves bound to ask them to pay their bills in advance, sir. That is all, sir. I shall stay here tonight and the whole of tomorrow at any rate, rejoined Pierre, thankful that this was all. How much will it be? And he drew out his purse. The man's eyes fastened with eagerness on the purse. He looked from it to the face of him who held it, then seemed half hesitating an instant, then brightening up, said with sudden suavity, Never mind, sir. Though rogues sometimes be gentlemanly, gentlemen that are gentlemen never go abroad without their diplomas. Their diplomas are their friends, and their only friends are their dollars. You have a purse full of friends. We have chambers, sir, that will exactly suit you, I think. Bring your ladies, and I will show you up to them immediately. So saying, dropping his brush, the very intelligent-looking man lighted one lamp, and taking one unlighted one in his other hand, led the way down the dusky lead-sheeted hall, Pierre following him with Isabel and Delly. Book 17. Young America in Literature. 1. Among the various conflicting modes of writing history, there would seem to be 2 grand practical distinctions, under which all the rest must subordinately range. By the one mode, all contemporaneous circumstances, facts, and events must be set down contemporaneously. By the other, they are only to be set down as the general stream of the narrative shall dictate. For matters which are kindred in time may be very irrelative in themselves. I elect neither of these. I am careless of either. Both are well enough in their way. I write precisely as I please. In the earlier chapters of this volume, it has somewhere been passingly intimated that Pierre was not only a reader of the poets and other fine writers, but likewise, and what is a very different thing from the other, a thorough allegorical understander of them, a profound emotional sympathizer with them. In other words, Pierre himself possessed the poetic nature, in himself absolutely, though but latently and floatingly, possessed every whit of the imaginative wealth which he so admired when, by vast painstakings and all manner of unrecompensed agonies, systematized on the printed page. Not that as yet his young and immature soul had been accosted by the wonderful mutes, and though the vast halls of silent truth had been ushered into the full, secret, eternally inviolable Sanhedrim, where the poetic magi discuss in glorious gibberish the Alpha and Omega of the universe. But among the beautiful imaginings of the 2nd and 3rd degree of poets, he freely and comprehendingly ranged. But it still remains to be said that Pierre himself had written many a fugitive thing, which had brought him not only vast credit and compliments from his more immediate acquaintances, but the less partial applauses of the always intelligent and extremely discriminating public. In short, Pierre had frequently done that which many other boys have done, published. Not in the imposing form of a book, but in the more modest and becoming way of occasional contributions to magazines and other polite periodicals. His magnificent and victorious debut had been made in that delightful love sonnet entitled The Tropical Summer. Not only the public had applauded his gemmed little sketches of thought and fancy, whether in poetry or prose, but the high and mighty Campbell clan of editors of all sorts had bestowed upon him those generous commendations which, with one instantaneous glance, they had immediately perceived was his due. They spoke in high terms of his surprising command of language. They begged to express their wonder at his euphonious construction of sentences. They regarded with reverence the pervading symmetry of his general style. But transcending even this profound insight into the deep merits of Pierre, they looked infinitely beyond and confessed their complete inability to restrain their unqualified admiration for the highly judicious smoothness and genteelness of the sentiments and fancies expressed. "This writer," said one, in an ungovernable burst of admiring fury, "is characterized throughout by perfect taste." Another, after endorsingly quoting that sapient, suppressed maxim of Dr. Goldsmith's, which asserts that whatever is new is false, went on to apply it to the excellent productions before him, concluding with this: "He has translated the unruffled gentleman from the drawing-room into the general levee of letters. He never permits himself to astonish, is never betrayed into anything coarse or new, as assured that whatever astonishes is vulgar, and whatever is new must be crude. Yet it is the glory of this admirable young author that vulgarity and vigour, two inseparable adjuncts, are equally removed from him." A third perorated a long and beautifully written review by the bold and startling announcement, "This writer is unquestionably a highly respectable youth." Nor had the editors of various moral and religious periodicals failed to render the tribute of their severer appreciation and more enviable because more chary applause. A renowned clerical and philological conductor of a weekly publication of this kind, whose surprising proficiency in the Greek, Hebrew, and Chaldaic, to which he had devoted by far the greater part of his life, peculiarly fitted him to pronounce unerring judgment upon works of taste in the English, had unhesitatingly delivered himself thus: "He is blameless in morals and harmless throughout." Another had unhesitatingly recommended his effusions to the family circle. A third had no reserve in saying that the predominant end and aim of this author was evangelical piety. A mind less naturally strong than Pierre's might well have been hurried into vast self-complacency by such eulogy as this, especially as there could be no possible doubt that the primitive verdict pronounced by the editors was irreversible, except in the highly improbable event of the near approach of the millennium, which might establish a different dynasty of taste and possibly eject the editors. It is true that in view of the general practical vagueness of these panegyrics, and the circumstance that, in essence, they were all somehow of the prudently indecisive sort, and considering that they were panegyrics and nothing but panegyrics without anything analytical about them, an elderly friend of a literary turn had made bold to say to our hero, "Pierre, this is very high praise, I grant, and you are a surprisingly young author to receive it, but I do not see any criticisms as yet." "Criticisms?" cried Pierre in amazement. "Why, sir, they are all criticisms. I am the idol of the critics." "Ah," sighed the elderly friend, as if suddenly reminded that that was true after all. "Ah," and went on with his inoffensive, non-committal cigar. Nevertheless, thanks to the editors, such at last became the popular literary enthusiasm in behalf of Pierre, that two young men, recently abandoning the ignoble pursuit of tailoring for the more honourable trade of the publisher, probably with an economical view of working up in books the linen and cotton shreds of the cutter's counter after having been subjected to the action of the paper mill, had, on the daintiest scalloped-edged paper and in the neatest possible and fine needlework hand, addressed him a letter, couched in the following terms, the general style of which letter will sufficiently evince that, though, thanks to the manufacturer, their linen and cotton shreds may have been very completely transmuted into paper, yet the cutters themselves were not yet entirely out of the metamorphosing mill. Honorary Pierre Glendenning, Reverend Sir, the fine cut, the judicious fit of your productions fills us with amazement. The fabric is excellent, the finest broadcloth of genius. We have just started in business. Your pantaloons, productions, we mean, have never yet been collected. They should be published in the library form. The tailors, we mean the librarians, demand it. Your fame is now in its finest nap. Now, before the gloss is off, now is the time for the library form. We have recently received an invoice of chamois, Russia leather. The library form should be a durable form. We respectfully offer to dress your amazing productions in the library form. If you please, we will transmit you a sample of the cloth. We mean a sample page with a pattern of the leather. We are ready to give you 1/10 of the profits, less discount, for the privilege of arraying your wonderful productions in the library form. You cashing the seamstresses, printers and binders' bills on the day of publication. An answer at your earliest convenience will greatly oblige. Sir, your most obsequious servants, Wonder and Wen. P.S. We respectfully submit the enclosed block. Sheet as some earnest of our intentions to do everything in your behalf possible to any firm in the trade. N.B. If the list does not comprise all your illustrious wardrobe, works, we mean, we shall exceedingly regret it. We have hunted through all the drawers, magazines. Sample of a coat. Title for the works of Glendenning. The complete works of Glendenning. Author of the world-famed production, The Tropical Summer, a Sonnet, The Weather, a Thought, Life, an Impromptu, the late Reverend Mark Graceman, an obituary, Honour, a stanza, Beauty, an acrostic, Edgar, an anagram, The Pippin, a paragraph, etc., 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 etc. P. From a designer, Pierre had received the following. Sir, I approach you with unfeigned trepidation, for though you are young in age, you are old in fame and ability. I cannot express to you my ardent admiration of your works, nor can I but deeply regret that the productions of such graphic descriptive power should be unaccompanied by the humbler illustrative labours of the designer. My services in this line are entirely at your command. I need not say how proud I should be if this hint, on my part, however presuming, should induce you to reply in terms upon which I could found the hope of honouring myself and my profession by a few designs for the works of the illustrious Glendenning. But the cursory mention of your name here fills me with such swelling emotions that I can say nothing more. I would only add, however, that not being at all connected with the trade, my business situation unpleasantly forces me to make cash down on delivery of each design, the basis of all my professional arrangements. Your noble soul, however, would disdain to suppose that this sordid necessity in my merely business concerns could ever impair that profound private veneration and admiration with which I unmercenarily am, great and good Glendenning, yours most humbly, Peter Pence. 2. These were stirring letters. The library form, an illustrated edition. His whole heart swelled. But unfortunately it occurred to Pierre that as all his writings were not only fugitive, but if put together could not possibly fill more than a very small duodecimo. Therefore the library edition seemed a little premature, perhaps, possibly in a slight degree preposterous. Then, as they were chiefly made up of little sonnets, brief meditative poems, and moral essays, the matter for the designer ran some small risk of being but meagre. In his experience, he did not know that such was the great height of invention to which the designer's art had been carried, that certain gentlemen of that profession had gone to an eminent publishing house with overtures for an illustrated edition of Coke upon Littleton. Even the city directory was beautifully illustrated with exquisite engravings of bricks, tongs, and flat irons. Concerning the draft for the title page, it must be confessed that on seeing the imposing enumeration of his titles, long and magnificent as those preceding the proclamations of some German prince, hereditary lord of the backyard of Krantz Jacobi, undoubted proprietor by seizure of the bedstead of the late widow Van Lorn, heir apparent to the bankrupt bakery of Flets and Flitz, residuary legatee of the confiscated pin money of the late Dowager Dunker, etc., etc., etc. Pierre could not entirely repress a momentary feeling of elation. Yet did he also bow low under the weight of his own ponderosity, as the author of such a vast load of literature? It occasioned him some slight misgivings, however, when he considered that already in his 18th year his title page should so immensely surpass in voluminous statisticals the simple page which in his father's edition prefixed the vast speculations of Plato. Still, he comforted himself with the thought that as he could not presume to interfere with the bill stickers of the Gazelle magazine, who every month covered the walls of the city with gigantic announcements of his name among the other contributors, so neither could he now, in the highly improbable event of closing with the offer of Messrs. Wonder and Wen, presume to interfere with the bill-sticking department of their business concern. For it was plain that they esteemed one's title page but another unwindowed hall, infinitely more available than most walls, since here was at least one spot in the city where no rival bill-stickers dared to encroach. Nevertheless, resolved as he was to let all such bill-sticking matters take care of themselves, he was sensible of some coy inclination toward that modest method of certain kid-loved and dainty authors, who, scorning the vulgarity of a sounding parade, contented themselves with simply subscribing their name to the title page, as confident that that was sufficient to guarantee the notice of all true gentlemen of taste. It was for petty German princes to sound their prolonged titular flourishes. The Tsar of Russia contented himself with putting the simple word Nicholas to his loftiest decrees. This train of thought terminated at last in various considerations upon the subject of anonymouses in authorship. He regretted that he had not started his literary career under that mask. At present it might be too late. Already the whole universe knew him, and it was in vain at this late day to attempt to hood himself. But when he considered the essential dignity and propriety at all points of the inviolably anonymous method, he could not but feel the sincerest sympathy for those unfortunate fellows who, not only naturally averse to any sort of publicity, but progressively ashamed of their own successive productions, written chiefly for the merest cash, were yet cruelly coerced into sounding title pages by sundry bakers' and butchers' bills and other financial considerations, inasmuch as the placard of the title page indubitably must assist the publisher in his sales. But perhaps the ruling, though not altogether conscious motive of Pierre in finally declining, as he did, the services of Messrs. Wonder and Wen, those eager applicants for the privilege of extending and solidifying his fame, arose from the idea that being at this time not very far advanced in years, the probability was that his future productions might at least equal, if not surpass in some small degree, those already given to the world. He resolved to wait for his literary canonization until he should at least have outgrown the sophomorian insinuation of the law, which, with a singular affectation of benignity, pronounced him an infant. His modesty obscured from him the circumstance that the greatest lettered celebrities of the time had, by the divine power of genius, become full graduates in the University of Fame, while yet as legal minors forced to go to their mammas for pennies wherewith to keep them in peanuts. Not seldom Pierre's social placidity was ruffled by polite entreaties from the young ladies that he would be pleased to grace their albums with some nice little song. We say that here his social placidity was ruffled, for the true charm of agreeable parlour society is that there you lose your own sharp individuality and become delightfully merged in that soft social pantheism, as it were, that rosy melting of all into one, ever prevailing in those drawing-rooms, which pacifically and deliciously belie their own name, inasmuch as there no one draws the sword of his own individuality, but all such ugly weapons are left, as of old, with your hat and cane in the hall. It was very awkward to decline the albums, but somehow it was still worse and peculiarly distasteful for Pierre to comply. With equal justice, apparently, you might either have called this his weakness or his idiosyncrasy. He summoned all his suavity and refused. And the refusal of Pierre, according to Miss Angelica Amabilia of Ambleside, was sweeter than the compliance of others. But then, prior to the proffer of her album in a copse at Ambleside, Pierre, in a gallant whim, had, in the lady's own presence, voluntarily carved Miss Angelica's initials upon the bark of a beautiful maple. But all young ladies are not Miss Angelicas. Blindly denied in the parlour, they courted repulse in the study. In lovely envelopes they dispatched their albums to Pierre, not omitting to drop a little attar of rose in the palm of the domestic who carried them. While now Pierre, pushed to the wall in his gallantry, shilly-shallied as to what he must do, the awaiting albums multiplied upon him, and by monopolized an entire shelf in his chamber, so that while their combined ornate bindings fairly dazzled his eyes, their excessive redolence all but made him to faint, though indeed, in moderation, he was very partial to perfumes. So that of really chilly afternoons, he was still obliged to drop the upper sashes a few inches. The simplest of all things it is to write in a lady's album. But cui bono? Is there such a dearth of printed reading that the monkish times must be revived and ladies' books be in manuscript? What could Pierre write of his own on love or anything else that would surpass what divine Hafiz wrote so many long centuries ago? Was there not Anacreon too, and Catullus and Ovid, all translated and readily accessible? And then, bless all their souls, had the dear creatures forgotten Tom Moore? But the handwriting, Pierre, they want the sight of your hand. Well, thought Pierre, actual feeling is better than transmitted sight any day. I will give them the actual feeling of my hand as much as they want, and lips are still better than hands. Let them send their sweet faces to me, and I will kiss lithographs upon them forever and a day. This was a felicitous idea. He called dates and had the albums carried down by the basketful into the dining-room. He opened and spread them all out upon the extension table there. Then, modelling himself by the Pope, when His Holiness collectively blesses long crates of rosaries, he waved one devout kiss to the albums, and summoning 3 servants, sent the albums all home, with his best compliments, accompanied with a confectioner's kiss for each album, rolled up in the most ethereal tissue. From the various quarters of the land, both town and country, and especially during the preliminary season of autumn, Pierre received various pressing invitations to lecture before lyceums, young men's associations, and other literary and scientific societies. The letters conveying these invitations possessed quite an imposing and most flattering aspect to the unsophisticated Pierre. One was as follows: a Cartean club for the immediate extension of the limits of all knowledge, both human and divine. Zadok Prattsville, June 11, 18. Author of The Tropical Summer, etc. Honoured and dear Sir, official duty and private inclination in this present case most delightfully blend. What was the ardent desire of my heart has now, by the action of the Committee on Lectures, become professionally obligatory upon me. As chairman of our Committee on Lectures, I hereby beg the privilege of entreating that you will honour this society by lecturing before it on any subject you may choose and at any day most convenient to yourself. The subject of human destiny would respectfully suggest, without however at all wishing to impede you in your own unbiased selection. If you honour us by complying with this invitation, be assured, sir, that the Committee on Lectures will take the best care of you throughout your stay and endeavour to make Zadok Prattsville agreeable to you. A carriage will be in attendance at the stage house to convey yourself and luggage to the inn, under full escort of the Committee on Lectures, with the chairman at their head. Permit me to join my private homage to my high official consideration for you, and to subscribe myself, very humbly, your servant, Donald Dundonald. 3. But it was more especially the lecture invitations coming from venerable, grey-headed metropolitan societies, and indited by venerable grey-headed secretaries, which, far from elating, filled the youthful Pierre with the sincerest sense of humility. Lecture? Lecture? Such a stripling as I lecture to 50 benches, with 10 grey heads on each? 500 grey heads in all? Shall my one poor inexperienced brain presume to lay down the law in a lecture to 500 life-ripened understandings? It seemed too absurd for thought. Yet the 500, through their spokesman, had voluntarily extended this identical invitation to him. Then how could it be otherwise than that an incipient Timonism should slide into Pierre, when he considered all the disgraceful inferences to be derived from such a fact? He called to mind how that once upon a time, during a visit of his to the city, the police were called out to quell a portentous riot, occasioned by the vast press and contention for seats at the first lecture of an illustrious lad of 19, the author of A Week at Coney Island. It is needless to say that Pierre most conscientiously and respectfully declined all polite overtures of this sort. Similar disenchantments of his cooler judgment did likewise deprive of their full lusciousness several other equally marked demonstrations of his literary celebrity. Applications for autographs showered in upon him, but in sometimes humorously gratifying the more urgent requests of these singular people, Pierre could not but feel a pang of regret that, owing to the very youthful and quite unformed character of his handwriting, his signature did not possess that inflexible uniformity which, for mere prudential reasons, if nothing more, should always mark the hand of illustrious men. His heart thrilled with sympathetic anguish for posterity, which would be certain to stand hopelessly perplexed before so many contradictory signatures of one supereminent name. Alas, posterity would be sure to conclude that they were forgeries all, that no chirographic relic of the sublime poet Glendenning survived to their miserable times. From the proprietors of the magazines whose pages were honoured by his effusions, he received very pressing epistolary solicitations for the loan of his portrait in oil, in order to take an engraving therefrom for a frontispiece to their periodicals. But here again the most melancholy considerations obtruded. It had always been one of the lesser ambitions of Pierre to sport a flowing beard, which he deemed the most noble corporeal badge of the man, not to speak of the illustrious author. But as yet he was beardless, and no cunning compound of Rowland and Son could force a beard which should arrive at maturity in any reasonable time for the frontispiece. Besides, his boyish features and whole expression were daily changing. Would he lend his authority to this unprincipled imposture upon posterity? Honour forbade. These epistolary petitions were generally couched in an elaborately respectful style, thereby intimating with what deep reverence his portrait would be handled, while unavoidably subjected to the discipline indispensable to obtain from it the engraved copy they prayed for. But one or two of the persons who made occasional oral requisitions upon him in this matter of his engraved portrait seemed less regardful of the inherent respect due to every man's portrait, much more to that of a genius so celebrated as Pierre. They did not even seem to remember that the portrait of any man generally receives, and indeed is entitled to, more reverence than the original man himself, since one may freely clap a celebrated friend on the shoulder, yet would by no means tweak his nose in his portrait. The reason whereof may be this, that the portrait is better entitled to reverence than the man, inasmuch as nothing belittling can be imagined concerning the portrait, whereas many unavoidably belittling things can be fancied as touching the man. Upon one occasion, happening suddenly to encounter a literary acquaintance, a joint editor of the Captain Kidd Monthly, who suddenly popped upon him round a corner, Pierre was startled by a rapid, good morning, just the man I wanted. Come, step round now with me, and have your daguerreotype taken. Get it engraved, then, in no time. Want it for the next issue." So saying, this chief mate of Captain Kidd seized Pierre's arm, and in the most vigorous manner was walking him off, like an officer a pickpocket, when Pierre civilly said, "Pray, sir, hold, if you please. I shall do no such thing." "Pooh, must have it. Public property. Come along, only a door or two now." "Public property?" rejoined Pierre. "That may do very well for the Captain Kidd Monthly. It's very Captain Kiddish to say so, but I beg to repeat that I do not intend to exceed." "Don't? Really?" cried the other, amazedly staring Pierre full in the countenance. "Why, bless your soul, my portrait is published, long ago published." "Can't help that, sir," said Pierre. "Oh, come along," and the chief mate seized him again with the most uncompunctious familiarity by the arm. Though the sweetest-tempered youth in the world when but decently treated, Pierre had an ugly devil in him sometimes, very apt to be evoked by the personal profaneness of gentlemen of the Captain Kidd School of Literature. "Look you, my good fellow," said he, submitting to his impartial inspection a determinately double fist, "drop my arm now, or I'll drop you. To the devil with you and your daguerreotype." This incident, suggestive as it was at the time, in the sequel had a surprising effect upon Pierre, for he considered with what infinite readiness now the most faithful portrait of anyone could be taken by the daguerreotype, whereas in former times a faithful portrait was only within the power of the moneyed or mental aristocrats of the earth. How natural, then, the inference that instead, as in old times, immortalizing a genius, a portrait now only dealized a dunce. Besides, when everybody has his portrait published, true distinction lies in not having yours published at all. For if you are published along with Tom, Dick, and Harry, and wear a coat of their cut, how then are you distinct from Tom, Dick, and Harry? Therefore, even so miserable a motive as downright personal vanity helped to operate in this matter with Pierre. Some zealous lovers of the general literature of the age, as well as declared devotees to his own great genius, frequently petitioned him for the materials wherewith to frame his biography. They assured him that life of all things was most insecure. He might feel many years in him yet, time might go lightly by him, but in any sudden and fatal sickness, how would his last hours be embittered by the thought that he was about to depart forever, leaving the world utterly unprovided with the knowledge of what were the precise texture and hue of the first trousers he wore. These representations did certainly touch him in a very tender spot, not previously unknown to the schoolmaster. But when Pierre considered that owing to his extreme youth his own recollections of the past soon merged into all manner of half-memories and a general vagueness, he could not find it in his conscience to present such materials to the impatient biographers, especially as his chief verifying authority in these matters of his past career was now eternally departed beyond all human appeal. His excellent nurse, Clarissa, had been dead 4 years and more. In vain a young literary friend, the well-known author of 2 indices and 1 epic, to whom the subject happened to be mentioned, warmly espoused the cause of the distressed biographers, saying that however unpleasant, one must needs pay the penalty of celebrity. It was no use to stand back, and concluded by taking from the crown of his hat the proof sheets of his own biography, which, with the most thoughtful consideration for the masses, was shortly to be published in the pamphlet form, price only a shilling. It only the more bewildered and pained him when still other and less delicate applicants sent him their regularly printed biographico-solicito circulars, with his name written in ink, begging him to honour them and the world with a neat draft of his life, including criticisms on his own writings, the printed circular indiscriminately protesting that undoubtedly he knew more of his own life than any other living man, and that only he who had put together the great works of Glendinning could be fully qualified thoroughly to analyse them and cast the ultimate judgment upon their remarkable construction. Now, it was under the influence of the humiliating emotions engendered by things like the above, it was when thus haunted by publishers, engravers, editors, critics, autograph collectors, portrait fanciers, biographers, and petitioning and remonstrating literary friends of all sorts. It was then that there stole into the youthful soul of Pierre melancholy forebodings of the utter unsatisfactoriness of all human fame, since the most ardent profferings of the most martyrizing demonstrations in his behalf, these he was sorrowfully obliged to turn away. And it may well be believed that after the wonderful, vital world revelation so suddenly made to Pierre at the Meadows, a revelation which, at moments, in some certain things, fairly timonized him, he had not failed to clutch with peculiar nervous detestation and contempt that ample parcel containing the letters of his biographico and other silly correspondence which, in a less ferocious hour, he had filed away as curiosities. It was with an almost infernal grin that he saw that particular heap of rubbish eternally quenched in the fire, and felt that as it was consumed before his eyes, so in his soul was forever killed the last and minutest undeveloped microscopic germ of that most despicable vanity to which those absurd correspondents thought to appeal. Book 18. Pierre as a Juvenile Author Reconsidered. 1. Inasmuch as by various indirect intimations much more than ordinary natural genius has been imputed to Pierre, it may have seemed an inconsistency that only the merest magazine papers should have been thus far the sole productions of his mind. Nor need it be added that in the soberest earnest those papers contained nothing uncommon, indeed entirely now to drop all irony, if hitherto anything like that had been indulged in, those fugitive things of Master Pierre's were the veriest commonplace. It is true, as I long before said, that nature at Saddle Meadows had very early been as a benediction to Pierre, had blown her wind clarion to him from the blue hills, and murmured melodious secrecies to him by her streams and her woods. But while nature thus very early and very abundantly feeds us, she is very late in tutoring us to the proper methodization of our diet. Or, to change the metaphor, there are immense quarries of fine marble, but how to get it out, how to chisel it, how to construct any temple? Youth must wholly quit then the quarry for a while, and not only go forth and get tools to use in the quarry, but must go and thoroughly study architecture. Now the quarry discoverer is long before the stone-cutter, and the stone-cutter is long before the architect, and the architect is long before the temple, for the temple is the crown of the world. Yes, Pierre was not only very unarchitectural at that time, but Pierre was very young indeed at that time. And it is often to be observed that as in digging for precious metals in the mines, much earthy rubbish has first to be troublesomely handled and thrown out, so in digging in one's soul for the fine gold of genius, much dullness and commonplace is first brought to light. Happy would it be if the man possessed in himself some receptacle for his own rubbish of this sort, but he is like the occupant of a dwelling, whose refuse cannot be clapped into his own cellar, but must be deposited in the street before his own door for the public functionaries to take care of. No commonplace is ever effectually got rid of, except by essentially emptying oneself of it into a book, for once trapped in a book, then the book can be put into the fire, and all will be well. But they are not always put into the fire, and this accounts for the vast majority of miserable books over those of positive merit. Nor will any thoroughly sincere man who is an author ever be rash in precisely defining the period when he has completely ridded himself of his rubbish and come to the latent gold in his mind. It holds true in every case that the wiser a man is, the more misgivings he has on certain points. It is well enough known that the best productions of the best human intellects are generally regarded by those intellects as mere immature freshman exercises, wholly worthless in themselves except as initiatives for entering the great university of God after death. Certain it is that if any inferences can be drawn from the observations of the familiar lives of the greatest mark, their finest things, those which become the foolish glory of the world, are not only very poor and inconsiderable to themselves, but often positively distasteful. They would rather not have the book in the room. In minds comparatively inferior as compared with the above, these surmising considerations so sadden and unfit that they become careless of what they write, go to their desks with discontent, and only remain there, victims to headache and pain in the back, by the hard constraint of some social necessity. Equally paltry and despicable to them are the works thus composed, born of unwillingness and the bill of the baker, the rickety offspring of a parent, careless of life herself, and reckless of the germ life she contains. Let not the short-sighted world for a moment imagine that any vanity lurks in such minds, only hired to appear on the stage, not voluntarily claiming the public attention. Their utmost life-redness and glow is but rouge, washed off in private with bitterest tears. Their laugh only rings because it is hollow, and the answering laugh is no laughter to them. There is nothing so slipperily alluring as sadness. We become sad in the first place by having nothing stirring to do. We continue in it because we have found a snug sofa at last. Even so, it may possibly be that arrived at this quiet retrospective little episode in the career of my hero, this shallowy, expansive embayed tappanzee of my otherwise deep-heady Hudson, I too begin to loungingly expand and wax harmlessly sad and sentimental. Now, what has been hitherto presented in reference to Pierre concerning rubbish, as in some cases the unavoidable first fruits of genius, is in no wise contradicted by the fact that the first published works of many meritorious authors have given mature token of genius, for we do not know how many they previously published to the flames, or privately published in their own brains, and suppressed there as quickly. And in the inferior instances of an immediate literary success in very young writers, it will be almost invariably observable that for that instant success they were chiefly indebted to some rich and peculiar experience in life, embodied in a book which, because for that cause containing original matter, the author himself, forsooth, is to be considered original. In this way, many very original books being the product of very unoriginal minds. Indeed, man has only to be but a little circumspect, and away flies the last rag of his vanity. The world is forever babbling of originality, but there never yet was an original man, in the sense intended by the world, the first man himself who, according to the rabbins, was also the first author, not being an original, the only original author being God. Had Milton's been the lot of Caspar Hauser, Milton would have been vacant as he. For though the naked soul of man doth assuredly contain one latent element of intellectual productiveness, yet never was there a child born solely from one parent, the visible world of experience being that procreative thing which impregnates the muses, self-reciprocally efficient, hermaphrodites being but a fable. There is infinite nonsense in the world on all of these matters. Hence, blame me not if I contribute my mite. It is impossible to talk or to write without apparently throwing oneself helplessly open. The invulnerable knight wears his visor down. Still, it is pleasant to chat, for it passes the time ere we go to our beds, and speech is farther incited, when, like strolling improvisateurs of Italy, we are paid for our breath. And we are only too thankful when the gapes of the audience dismiss us with the few ducats we earn. 2. It may have been already inferred that the pecuniary plans of Pierre touching his independent means of support in the city were based upon his presumed literary capabilities. For what else could he do? He knew no profession, no trade. Glad now, perhaps, might he have been if fate had made him a blacksmith and not a gentleman, a Glendenning and a genius. But here we would have been unpardonably rash had he not already, in some degree, actually tested the fact, in his own personal experience, that it is not altogether impossible for a magazine contributor to juvenile American literature to receive a few pence in exchange for his ditties. Such cases stand upon imperishable record, and it were both folly and ingratitude to disown them. But since the fine social position and noble patrimony of Pierre had thus far rendered it altogether unnecessary for him to earn the least farthing of his own in the world, whether by hand or by brain, it may seem desirable to explain a little here as we go. We shall do so, but always including the preamble. Sometimes every possible maxim or thought seems an old one, yet it is among the elder of the things in that unaugmentable stock that never mind what one's situation may be, however prosperous and happy, he will still be impatient of it, he will still reach out of himself and beyond every present condition. So, while many a poor be-inked galley-slave, toiling with the heavy oar of a quill, to gain something wherewithal to stave off the cravings of nature, and in his hours of morbid self-reproach, regarding his paltry wages, at all events, as an unavoidable disgrace to him, while this galley-slave of letters would have leaped with delight, reckless of the feeble seams of his pantaloons, at the most distant prospect of inheriting the broad farms of Saddle Meadows, lord of an all-sufficing income, and forever exempt from wearing on his hands those treacherous plague spots of indigence, videlicet blots from the inkstand, Pierre himself, the undoubted and actual possessor of the things only longingly and hopelessly imagined by the other, the then top of Pierre's worldly ambition was the being able to boast that he had written such matters as publishers would pay something for in the way of a mere business transaction, which they thought would prove profitable. Yet, altogether weak and silly as this may seem in Pierre, let us preambulically examine a little further and see if it be so indeed. Pierre was proud, and a proud man, proud with the sort of pride now meant, ever holds but lightly those things, however beneficent, which he did not for himself procure. Were such pride carried out to its legitimate end, the man would eat no bread, the seeds whereof he had not himself put into the soil, not entirely without humiliation, that even that seed must be borrowed from some previous planter. A proud man likes to feel himself in himself, and not by reflection in others. He likes to be not only his own Alpha and Omega, but to be distinctly all the intermediate gradations, and then to slope off on his own spine either way into the endless impalpable ether. What a glory it was then to Pierre, when first in his two gentlemanly hands he jingled the wages of labour. Talk of drums and the fife, the echo of coin of one's own earning is more inspiring than all the trumpets of Sparta. How disdainfully now he eyed the sumptuousness of his hereditary halls, the hangings and the pictures, and the bragging historic armorials and the banners of the Glendinning renown, confident that if need should come, he would not be forced to turn resurrectionist and dig up his grandfather's Indian chief grave for the ancestral sword and shield, ignominiously to pawn them for a living. He could live on himself. Oh, twice blessed now in the feeling of practical capacity was Pierre. The mechanic, the day labourer, has but one way to live. His body must provide for his body. But not only could Pierre in some sort do that, he could do the other, and letting his body stay lazily at home, send off his soul to labour, and his soul would come faithfully back and pay his body her wages. So some unprofessional gentlemen of the aristocratic South, who happen to own slaves, give those slaves liberty to go and seek work, and every night return with their wages, which constitute those idle gentlemen's income. Both ambidexter and quadruple-armed is that man, who in a day labourer's body possesses a day labouring soul. Yet let not such an one be over-confident. Our God is a jealous God. He wills not that any man should permanently possess the least shadow of his own self-sufficient attributes. Yoke the body to the soul and put both to the plough, and the one or the other must in the end assuredly drop in the furrow. Keep, then, thy body effeminate for labour, and thy soul laboriously robust, or else thy soul effeminate for labour, and thy body laboriously robust. Elect, the two will not lastingly abide in one yoke. Thus, over the most vigorous and soaring conceits,